members use different platforms, so we can maybe just check if everyone is getting online okay. Okay, I see extra coming on. Perfect. In the meantime, no problem. In the meantime, can we just check the YouTube is in order?
Good morning, Chair, we're live.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Since it's 8 o'clock, I do see some of the stakeholders are online already. We will start. Good morning, everyone, on this wonderful Friday morning. My name is Deirdre Bartman. I'm chairperson for the Committee on Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism. Today, we are receiving a briefing by the City of Cape Town on the Cape Town Tourism Recovery Plan. We are also receiving a briefing by the Western Cape Department of Economic Development and Tourism on the Western Cape Tourism Recovery Plan. We'll also be receiving a briefing from Mobile Payment Solutions within the Western Cape. And these are Yoko, SnapScan, and Zapper on services offered to small, medium, and micro enterprises and the successes and challenges experienced by these service providers in the Western Cape. And these particular meeting topics have stemmed from previous committee resolutions and how we can integrate our respective tourism and small business services within the Western Cape. Colleagues, for those who are new, what we're going to do is we're going to ask the members just to introduce themselves, and then the heads of each delegation can just introduce the delegation. We will then start with the Cape Town presentation and then the Western Cape presentation, which will be followed by questions and answers. And then we'll do the mobile payment solution presentation separately, followed by questions and answers. Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis, welcome.
Thank you very much.
I'm just going to ask members to just introduce themselves. If you're not on the floor for your presentation, I just ask that you keep your video and mic off. Otherwise, you're welcome to put it on once you are on the floor. Thank you so much. Members?
Good morning, Chairperson. Andrikus van der Westhuizen, member of the committee.
Thank you so much. I see another member online.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Nomin Kondra. I'm a member of the committee.
Thank you so much.
Batlodi Maseko, member of the committee.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I haven't received any other apologies. City of Cape Town, Mayor, Maker Member Force, if you can introduce yourselves and your delegation, please.
Yes, sure. Good morning, Honourable Madam Chair and Honourable Members. It's really a pleasure to join you. Can I just have a thumbs up that I am audible? Okay, great. I'm joined by my colleague, Alderman James Force. He is the Mayoral Committee Member for Economic Growth in the City of Cape Town. We have Ms. Wendy van der Bijl from Alderman Force's team, as well as Rory Viljoen, Clayton Barnes, Tiens Vivian.
There will be more than names on the WhatsApp. I say. Oh, and your name.
James, you must just mute yourself, please. Thank you. And then we also have the Chief Executive Officer of Cape Town Tourism and his team, and that is Mr. Enver Dumini. And I think that most of the city team is joining from Enver's office at Cape Town Tourism, and I'm here in the Mayor's office in Cape Town. I just want to say a few introductory remarks before I hand over to James, to Alderman Force. Let me say, obviously, it was a very, very bitter blow in early December when we were red listed, and we had enormous cancellations across the city. Prior to that, I think just the night before, or maybe 2 nights before, we had a consultation meeting with the Air Access team, with Alderman Force and the whole tourism team, and had heard wonderful news about how Cape Town was basically 60 to 80% booked up for December, and the airlines were packed and things were at last looking up. Certainly was going to be the best season in 3 years. That was all dashed, of course, by the red listing. And so we tried to pivot as quickly and innovatively as we could to a domestic tourism campaign in the December holidays. And I'm really grateful to Enver and his team for turning that on so quickly. I think we got it together in about 6 days or 7 days, something like that. and we pushed out a lot of advertising in the local market, and it really did help. We had quite a good December in the end, mainly with domestic tourists. And so what we hope now is that in the coming months, all of those people who cancelled in December will not have got refunds on their tickets, but they will have pushed out their tickets or postponed their tickets, and so they will still be coming either this summer, before the end of the summer, or next summer. So we know that tourists will come back to Cape Town, and we are doing all that we can to prepare for that, including the cleanup campaign that we are doing and the safety investments that we are doing. And James and Enver will talk a little bit about what they're doing on the marketing side. But I do just want to say, over and above COVID, and over and above the catastrophe we've had of the red listing in the recent months, we have to keep our eye on the prize of the long-term goals for Cape Town tourism, for tourism in Cape Town. And that is that as a long-haul destination, we are still significantly behind other long-haul destinations around the world, like Australia and New Zealand and Argentina and so on. We have still got huge opportunity and room for growth in passenger numbers to Cape Town. So while Cape Town is by far and away the busiest tourist destination in South Africa, we are excited about the fact that there is no reason why we cannot double that number in the years ahead. So we are very excited for the prospect, for the runway for growth in the tourism market in Cape Town. And obviously it is the single biggest source of foreign currency and foreign investment into the city. And so there is lots of exciting opportunity in the years ahead. And that is exactly what James and Enver have a mandate to work on. So with those introductory comments, I would just say that Cape Town is completely committed to doing everything possible to rapidly grow our tourist numbers in the years ahead. We are certainly not satisfied with just getting back to pre-COVID numbers. We want to go long way beyond that. I will now hand over to you, James, Alderman Force.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to ask if I can also have a thumbs up if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Good morning to you and to all the honourable members of the Standing Committee. And thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for setting the scene. This global pandemic really turned the world and our industries upside down. And while change is inevitable, COVID-19 brought about such drastic shifts that really require us to significantly reconsider the ways in which we work and live. And this is why we've been looking at those new trends so that we can really come up with innovative campaigns and strategies that will really give Cape Town that competitive edge. And so thank you very much for inviting me and my team to do the briefing. I'm happy to be joined by the team at the City and Cape Town Tourism. And so, Madam Chair, before I was Maker Member for Economic Growth, I was also Shadow Minister of Tourism in Parliament, and I really came to understand the value of this industry. And it's through tourism that people share their cultures, communities, and cuisine with people from the other side of the world. And I really feel exceptionally proud and honored to work with the community tour guides, airlines, attractions, and accommodation providers who really help our beautiful city to win travel accolades year after year. Now, Madam Chair, before we look at the COVID response, I want to give some context in terms of the good foundations we've had for economic and sectoral support that really allowed us to pivot and respond to the shocks brought on by the pandemic. Now, our ongoing efforts to boost businesses and workforces meant that we could quickly re-strategize programs with our partners. Now, in tourism, what this meant is that we could quickly set up a task team with officials from my department and Cape Town Tourism, our official destination marketing organization, who provides three main functions. Firstly, producing marketing content which has shown value in both winning those accolades, but also importantly, the conversion to bookings, and also providing visitor information services, secondly, and then thirdly, representing and developing local businesses and products. Now, Chair, we advised a plan with 3 goals, really containing the crisis through clear and accurate communication, adjusting to the new normal with data and market research, and industry recovery through business support and development programs, and simultaneously extensive and relevant destination marketing. Madam Chair, contain, adjust, recover really became the foundation of our bounce back plan formed 6 months into the pandemic. Now, with this guide, we refocused and looked at global best practice, and we've pivoted our marketing to a local audience as outlined by the Mayor. And now, with this strategy as our guide, we refocused and looked at global best practice, and we've pivoted our marketing then to that local audience. And therefore, this campaign is rooted in the city's holistic marketing strategy that captures the fullness of our offering as Cape Town. And this 6-pillar destination marketing and communication platform positions Cape Town as the premier destination in Africa to visit, live, work, study, play, and invest. And so, Madam Chair, these are just a few highlights of the outcomes of these initiatives. Now, the campaigns reach a total of 1.68 billion people in 2021. We've maintained a high level of visitor and business confidence through updates of COVID-19 information and via portals such as TravelWise, an initiative providing travelers safety and well-being. Cape Town was also the first city in Africa to implement a tourism internet relay chat service dealing with worldwide queries in real time. And this all kept Cape Town top of mind with accolades from the World Travel Awards, Travel Plus Leisure magazine, and an International Tourism Fall Festival Award for Cape Town tourism. Now, Madam Chair, on the domestic front, we also ran 2 travel intent surveys and ran an ad campaign at 60 service stations countrywide. In December, we launched 2 campaigns focusing on affordability and insider access to Cape Town. And both include this month and are measuring actual bookings sold. And in the first month of the campaign, which had a spend of 1 million rand, our return on investment from bookings made was 41 million rand. Madam Chairperson, this was all alongside our efforts to save livelihoods and the industry at large. For example, we connected newly unemployed tourism professionals with a city's call centre industry partner, KPPO, who helped to reskill and secure alternate job opportunities for these people. We also exchanged ideas and learnings with experts at a visitor safety meeting and put some of these into action, where my team and I, together with Cape Town Tourism, the provincial government and others, quickly assembled to assist passengers stranded at the airport when flights were cancelled following the Omicron discovery. Madam Chair, simultaneously, we are developing tourism businesses from the ground up. This includes business-to-business workshops and a neighbourhood experience training manual developed with CPUT that's available in 3 languages and includes detailed modules on cultural understandings and packaging your business for tourists, as well as free Cape Town tourism membership during most of the pandemic. In fact, development of tourism croniers is one of my biggest priorities in this tenure. Madam Chairperson, I have to highlight some of Cape Town Tourism's campaigns that connected Cape Town to different audiences. The International Tourism Festival Award winning We Are Worth Waiting For, which is activated each time the country is placed in a more severe lockdown or a key source market imposes a travel ban. Digital Nomads, which created awareness around Cape Town being the ideal remote working location. And Madam Chair, just over a year ago, I first highlighted the economic spin-offs of this new visa when Cape Town made the Big 7 travel websites best cities for remote working list. We've learned that each one of these working tourists tend to spend up to 50,000 rand during their stay, which has the potential to add up to a significant benefit for the economy. Now, this revenue reaches multiple industries, including educational institutions, transport, accommodation, retail, and restaurants. And this is because remote workers tend to stay beyond 3 months in a location. So, Madam Chair, last year I submitted the proposal to the National Home Affairs Department to amend the Immigration Act, specifically Section 11, which relates to an extension of visas beyond the 90 days for specific activities. And again, we will resubmit these submissions to the Department of Home Affairs since the President made the announcement that they are considering the implementation of these remote worker visas, because South Africa has long been a global tourist hotspot. And really by showing that we also have the means for people to work while they're here will entice them to stay much longer. And so for this purpose, Chairperson, I will begin engagements with industry bodies such as Cape Town Tourism and also the Federated Hospitality Association of South Africa, FEDHASA, to get the ball rolling on creating specific product and pricing categories that cater to the specific market so that Cape Town and South Africa remains top of mind for these digital nomads. Also, the pocket-friendly challenge to drive conversion of domestic travelers through discounted offers from travel partners. I highly recommend this one. I've been fortunate enough to enjoy some of these fine experiences in neighborhoods like Langa, Kalkbaai, and Blaber. So, Madam Chairperson, there were also targeted initiatives that really amplified these specific places, activities, and people. Now, the Journey of Taste took participants on a culinary journey from Groot Constantia Wine Estate to the four-roomed Ikazi restaurant in Khayelitsha, making for a simple and elegant way to celebrate South Africa's townships and wine routes. Ikapa Frontline Heroes, wherein we offered local municipal frontline workers, such as nurses, free access to some of the city's biggest attractions in thanks for their service. And Roll Up Your Sleeve campaign in partnership with Vodacom, where people were offered free data when they got their jab and then tagged Love Cape Town and Vodacom in their social posts.
I love my country, and I feel I need to showcase the pride of this country on a plate. I go back to my stories, what makes me love this country.
Distance means so little when a city means so much. And when the time is right, we will still be right here because we are worth waiting for.
Yo, what's up, people? It's JP Dubney here. Hope you guys are doing well during this lockdown period.
Stay safe. Love Cape Town.
Madam Chairperson and colleagues, I hope I have given you a sense of how much work has gone into not only keeping tourism in Cape Town alive, but in making it more inclusive and prepared for whatever shocks lay ahead. Because make no mistake, there will be further shocks and trends down the line. So the question is, what are we doing to prepare for them? Prioritizing air and sea travel, So we are constantly looking at diversifying our offering as a destination. And part of this is honing our focus on cruise tourism. The city and partners, including the V&A Waterfront and others, have banded together to form Cruise Cape Town, located within West Grove. There are massive economic benefits for the mother city in this market in terms of crew and passenger spend. Our ultimate goal is to position Cape Town as a home port, so people would fly into Cape Town and then begin their cruise trip from our shores. This links directly to the Air Access Initiative, whose directive is to create more air routes with more source markets across Africa and the rest of the world, because this allows for more exports of mother city-made goods, which means increased production, more jobs, and a stronger economy. And I'm very happy to report that the city will be directing additional funding to both these programs because of the significant benefits it will result in. But Madam Chair, just before the start of the previous holiday season, the city also launched a major international campaign where people using bus stops, subway stations, and other high traffic locations around Munich, London, and New York saw billboards and digital screens showing the diversity of experiences and beauty in Cape Town. And also at the beginning of December, we launched a campaign through Cape Town Tourism on various booking platforms there where we offered discounts on flights, accommodation, and experiences, making Cape Town a place to be, but also making sure that you don't break the bank. And really having seen what many of our tourism businesses and employees have gone through in the last few years, I feel exceptionally proud to have worked with organizations such as Cape Town Tourism in bringing to fruition campaigns that has brought back some much needed revenue. Now, our plans for place marketing will fall under one of the 5 headline groups. 1, destination confidence, to emphasize that we are a safe, beautiful city. Number 2, commercial marketing to support local businesses. Number 3, expanding to new markets. Number 4, in line with this, expanding and strengthening partnerships such as our city-to-city agreements for the mutual travel and trade benefit of the respective regions. And number 5, tactical media campaigns that touch on each one of these 6 pillars. Madam Chairperson, further initiatives include the first artificial intelligence avatar that will answer COVID-19 questions on Cape Town Tourism's website, an Easter holiday domestic campaign, continued SMME support, and importantly, visitor safety forums to stay ahead of issues before they land. Madam Chairperson, I'm proud to say that we work very closely with schools and are finalizing the calendar of activations and career workshops with grade 11 and grade 12 learners, workshops in partnership with CEDA and mentorship by captains of industry with SMME and board development awardee Mzansi Restaurant in Langa, where the food is phenomenal, and wellness programs, workshops offering mental and physical support for those struggling in these very uncertain times. Madam Chairperson, maintaining and ramping up programs that instill civic pride and a sense of community, like the ongoing Do It for Cape Town responsible messaging and beach cleanups, launch of the Find Your Freedom interactive campaign over digital and media channels, and signing off the airline conversion agreement, and trade and media hosting, and also reimagining how we use city-owned spaces. A recent example is that of the City Hall, where a new visitor experience center has opened and which many of you experienced during SONA, as well as a website overall to meet the changes in traveler needs and behavior. Chairperson and colleagues, let's face it, COVID was a curveball that challenged us in ways we didn't think possible. But it also challenged us to think differently, and so far off the box that it's best to get a new one. And so, Chairperson, to fully reignite the industry, we have placed the following key markets on our road to recovery. Attracting domestic tourists with affordability of products and services, bringing back foreign tourists through accessibility of destination, maintaining and upping visitor confidence for all who come here, and practicing responsible tourism that is inclusive of the people and experiences that make Cape Town who we are. And so, judging by the demand that we saw this holiday season, both locally and internationally, I believe that we will continue to see an upward trend for travel to Cape Town and South Africa. The city, its partners and business and industry have gone out of their way to show that the mother city is a safe and affordable destination for visitors. But as I conclude, Madam Chair, more importantly, it's really the passion for reigniting this industry that I've witnessed that gives me hope. From the people at Cape Town Tourism to FedHasa to every single tour guide or restaurant owner and Cape Townians sharing their snaps on social media of their experiences. They display a genuine love for their communities and want to show us off to the world. It's that kind of energy that gives me a sense of certainty that tourism in Cape Town will fly high again. I thank you very much, Madam Chair and colleagues, for the opportunity to present. I'm happy to take questions, and I'm joined by Cape Town Tourism CEO in Bedumini for the question and answer session. And again, thanks very much for the opportunity to present to you the City of Cape Town and Cape Town Tourism plan for recovery and also forward march as we build new connections for Cape Town to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to actually take questions for Cape Town now because it's quite a bit of information that you've presented. I must admit, I started dancing offline on my video when the Jerusalem song came on. But perhaps that's also because it's Friday and MS Team has updated its backgrounds with new Pantones as well. I see a hand, Member van der Westhuizen. Is that for the question round?
Correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. I just want to ask that the videos that you presented, if you can just forward those to us so that if members would like to share those on their respective social media, or if the committee wants to put it up in order to show what you also presented, because there was extra information in the videos as well, that would be really appreciated. I see Member van der Westhuizen's hand and then Member Nkondlo's hand in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, my appreciation for the presentations, but particularly for the hard work that lies behind those presentations. And thank you. I think in this committee we will all agree that COVID was bad, but the effect that it's had on livelihoods and the way in which it has set our economy back has been terrible, and particularly the tourism industry has been hard hit. So we appreciate the support that you've been giving to tourism operators to try and keep them within that sector, so that hopefully the rebound can be a quick one and a strong one. Chair, initially the mayor said to us that he believes that we can double tourism and that the tourism numbers in South Africa is still not, at its maximum, that we still haven't achieved our potential, particularly if you compare South Africa with other long-haul destinations. Now, I'm glad to see that South Africa just before COVID in 2019 had just over 10 million foreign visitors, whereas another very popular long-haul destination, which I've seen in Europe being advertised quite extensively, and that is Australia, has got less than 9 million visitors in 2019. So my first question is, I know you do a lot of research, but on what research do you rely when you say that you believe that our tourism numbers have got the potential to double? The second one is, the one thing that foreign tourists don't want is to be threatened or have his or her security compromised while visiting another country. That is the last place, and that you would like to experience things such as criminality, having your person and your personal belongings threatened, etc. So my second question is, to what extent is the image of South Africa, and particularly Cape Town, as a city with one of the highest murder rates in the world, to what extent is that reflected in the perception of foreign tourists? And what can we do more to assist from the side of tourism, South Africa, and particularly tourism Cape Town, to address that image of South Africa and particularly Cape Town? And then thirdly, my impression is that, quite often the best marketing is by word of mouth. Tourists going back to their home countries and then boasting about the wonderful experiences that they've been able to achieve. To what extent do we empower these tourists with information, brochures, references to websites, etc., in order to go and showcase their friends and family and colleagues of what a great experience they've had in South Africa? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm just going to ask that we do keep our questions brief, because there are other members who also like to ask questions, and we do have a number of presentations still today. I know we did move the time up to 8 o'clock that we start, because usually when we have longer sessions, we aim to conclude before mosque time so that our Muslim colleagues are able to go to mosque during lunch on a Friday. Member Nkondlo?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. My first question, following from the last point by a member Andrew Cast, I just wanted to check from Alderman Force and the mayor that one of, I think the studies also have shown the cost of living being very high in the city of Cape Town. And as such, in relation to all of us globally, coming from a sort of an impact of COVID that has affected economies, how is this helping how you price your products, how you put together the packages that will be affordable? Because as much as we are open for business, attracting tourists, obviously we understand that they no longer have sort of the dollar ability that they would have had before COVID. So how are those kind of issues being attended to in terms of how tourism is being packaged in the city and also is being priced at that level? And then also, I'm interested in the schools and SMME program, if indeed perhaps more information can be provided of what type of schools initiatives are there, which schools participate, how are those schools sort of identified. So I'm interested just to get a little bit more in as far as that is concerned. And on the SMME side, I remember, I think it was either a year ago that particularly the city was busy with the informal trading bylaws because one of the things, as part of tourism, informal traders are very big in that, because you would find tourists picking up, those souvenirs or little goodies on the road as they are walking, for example, in the city of Cape Town, in the CBD particularly, and also in the other areas. So how has that work been concluded? and how is that particular work enabling or linking to this particular tourism strategy? And as part of that, which I hear the alderman making reference to this town, to Bulanga, to Kailija, with which other townships have you actually integrated? We always speak about this concept of a township tourism because we understand the peculiarities of townships in as far as business development or SMME or township entrepreneurship in those spaces, given their historics. And also there, one of the biggest challenge will always be infrastructure, whether there is enabling infrastructure for those who would be in the tourism related spaces. So which other townships are included, or there are products through the Cape Town tourism that are also part of the recovery, the township, the tourism recovery of the city of Cape Town. And my last one, Chair, is because I'm from my constituency is Helderberg Strand. I have been met in that community by most of the businesses, trying to also find what would be sort of the tourism plans that also seek to enable, I think, the stretch of the coast, the coastal area, I think right from Strand, Gordons Bay, along that, to try and give a reboot, to that Strand, Gordons Bay community. So if perhaps I can use this opportunity also to just get more information that I could take back to my constituency there, of how that a beautiful area is actually part of the plans at this point to sort of ensure also tourism booming in that space. Thanks.
Thank you, colleagues. Member Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think my members have covered me with most of the questions, just minding the issue of the time. I will just have to ask only one question because Member Nkondlo already covered me with the Kasi tourism or Kasi economy. The issue of the ripple effect of crime. I mean, the international media, they love hammering us with the issue of crime, and that it also gives us the ripple effect that it becomes like we are also a capital of crime in South Africa, and let alone Cape Town. Now, I want to find out from Alderman Force, in balancing your marketing tool, how do you create the demand in reacting to what the mayor foresees in doubling up the tourism? Is it going to be in your marketing strategy going to be the domestic tourism, or is going to be international marketing that you foresee that is possible, that it can happen? And how do you partner? The second one, it will be, how do you partner with the other municipalities that that they are strategic in tourism? Because I think the last term before the COVID, we were identifying municipalities, or there were municipalities that were the lifestyle municipalities that you will see your flight landing here because there is a wedding that is happening in Robertson. Those people are coming specifically for a specific reason. Now, how do you interlink to form partnership with those municipalities to also make sure that you are the host to a certain extent before they can go to those other municipalities? I would love to hear that strategy. How are you going to go about to tap into that as we go back to our normal with our tourism within Western Cape and Cape Town being specific? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'll add mine now. On the ICASI B2B workshops, on the industry training and development hood experience development. Just wanted to know if it's a workshop, how many did you have? If it's training, how many did you have? And how many people attended for each? In terms of the remote working and the digital nomads, I actually happen to be an Airbnb person as well in terms of a host, so I can frequently see what the different statistics are. And one of the things I've noticed is because the city bylaw doesn't allow you to host people for more than 30 days and more than 5 people at a time. So myself and I know a lot of other Airbnb hosts, automatically on our settings, we don't allow you to book for more than a certain time period. So I'm linking that to the remote working, because if we want people to for example, be here for more than 3 months. And then I know that Wesgro and City and DDAT also worked with each other in order to bring down discounts for people for if you stay longer, in order to encourage tourism, in order to encourage remote working. And then you also want a remote working visa. Will the city then consider changing the bylaw specifically? Because it doesn't incentivize a host to actually take up that particular amount, because once you go over the 30 days, I think you have to actually apply for I think it's a license of some sort in order to run what's essentially then a bed and breakfast, for example. And then similar on the Tourist to Terroir, Ekasi Heroes, and the Roll Up Your Sleeves initiative. I just wanted to know what the participation numbers were in those particular programs. In the cruise ship initiative, how many cruise ships came in during the season? What is your average usually? And how were these affected by regulations? Because I do know that during the December season, there was a knee-jerk reaction in terms of regulations, and cruise ships essentially decreased. And what will be the extra funding for the cruise tourism and air access programs that you've mentioned? My school question has been answered. And then in terms of the air access, I just want to find out, how are you working with air access in order to promote more single females traveling to the city of Cape Town? Because when we did oversight at the George Airport, what the manager actually told us that they're actually starting to implement infrastructure changes, like little things like where you put your handbag, where the cables are, things like that, because they've actually seen an exponential increase in single females traveling, not only for work but also for pleasure. And then also I just want to find out from the mayor what the impact, and Maker Force as well, what the impact of load shedding has been on the tourism season over the past few months. Not only did we have COVID, not only did the Cape Town go through drought, we have also had as a country economic recession, and then throughout COVID we also had load shedding. So it was almost as if you had to put on your fridge, you're on level 1 of the one and level 5 of the other, to remind yourself how to organize your particular day. Those are all from me. Thank you. I will allocate 20 minutes to answer the respective questions. Thank you. I'm just going to put my video off in the meantime, but you can allocate the answers accordingly. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will answer briefly up front because I'm heading out to Koeberg Power Station this morning for a briefing on the safety concerns that have been raised there. So I'll answer and then beg your leave if I may. I will just say I'm so glad that the issue of the remote working visas was raised. I think that's a really important point. And the city, with Alderman Force's team, has developed what I think is a really very high quality, very substantive submission to the state, the national government, for on the issue of remote working visas, which I think offers significant potential and is very exciting. And that's something that we'll certainly be pushing. So he can say more on that if he wants to, but I'm really glad that it was raised. And then the impact of load shedding, of course, is extremely significant. I mean, the reputational harm that it does to South Africa, I think, is quite great among tourists. It has safety impacts. for tourists who are trying to walk around the city, who are trying to travel around the city during times of load shedding. I really do think that it has a very serious deleterious impact on our tourism market. Obviously, not to mention the effect that it has on tourism establishments like restaurants and hotels and tourist visiting sites and so on. So it is absolutely part of the reason why we are so committed in Cape Town to ending load shedding over time. And we took a big step in the right direction in that regard this week when we put out our first set of procurement documents for 300 megawatts of independent power. And so hopefully over the coming years, as those projects start to come to fruition, one of the ancillary benefits will be a reputational a message going out around the world that at least in one part of the country the power crisis is behind us. And then I just wanted to talk about the opportunity for growth. There was a question about the opportunity for growth. I'll say if you just look at the numbers of some of some other tourist destinations, I won't say that they're competitors because there is no competitor to Cape Town in the global tourism market. We are utterly unique and magnificent. But if you look at some of these numbers, you can see that there's significant opportunity for growth. New Zealand is 11.75 million visitors, and it is considered ultra long haul, so actually much longer to get to than even South Africa. Vietnam is 18 million, Thailand is 39 million, Brazil 16.4 million. Even in Africa, we are actually the third behind Egypt and Morocco, who have got 13 million and 12.5 million respectively. So there's a nice opportunity for growth ahead, and that's very, very important for Cape Town's economy. And so Alderman Force always likes to talk about bums on seats, and we want many more of them in the years ahead on aeroplanes heading this way. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for setting me up on the bums on seats, because equally important are those boxes in the belly, as we also export proudly Cape Town goods to the world. And so, Chairperson and colleagues, these are really important questions, and we will gladly provide you with the content from our campaigns and also other promotional material that we have developed that's easy to share on WhatsApp groups and on social media platforms, specifically designed to shine the spotlight on those products and experiences that are throughout the whole of the city. And this is very much part of our mission, is to take 2022 as the year to start building more tourism businesses from the ground up, so that we do a deep dive into the mechanics and dynamics of every community, so that we can support tourism-linked businesses with the right support to make them successful in terms of their product offer, their pricing, their marketing, and just overall business savvy, so that those businesses can provide more jobs for locals, and also to provide a quality experience and service to visitors and locals, because that will impact on the return visitor question that member Andrikus van der Westhuizen referred to, because certainly we want to have much more return visitors, so that we know that those are bankable forward bookings. And so it comes down to quality, and also importantly, responsible pricing, which member Nkondlu asked about. And that's also going to be our mission for this year, is to work closer to industry, to understand their need and their dynamic, so that we can also bring in a responsible pricing, because affordability is very much a determining factor for locals and visitors, so that we can do much more of the conversion so that we can turn those potential travelers into actual bookings, because it's once those bookings are made that the local economy benefits. And so we will be doing much more on the pocket-friendly initiatives, where we will work with industry to understand, what's their bottom line, because certainly we can't be prescriptive on pricing, but we can certainly work with businesses around their product offer, how it links to other experiences, because in tourism it's very competitive. You can't work alone. You need to network. You need to be part of a bigger tourism. I don't want to call it a route, because in the past lots of tourism organizations went out and developed routes, but we're going to do things differently, and Enver will speak about how we will connect experiences throughout the city so that we can see much more of a transformative tourism in Cape Town, where we're genuine about bringing more people into the economy and looking at the type of businesses that we then support through our various programs. And that's something I would like to talk about, because Member Nkondlu specifically asked about that. So the City of Cape Town's Economic Development Department are running programs continuously to support small businesses through our supply development and smart procurement workshops. It's online and it's in communities, and we can share those schedules with you. We've just launched now January for the whole year. Every month there will be programs that we will be doing in communities with small businesses. We have handed out more than 30,000 toolkits to small businesses. We have implemented rates rebates and rates reclassifications for tourism businesses, so that we can support them through the rate scheme, just to soften the blow. We are also helping businesses with their product development and access to market. So those are all ongoing initiatives that my department are involved with. And then we are importantly linking it to other networks: tourism, call centers, clothing and textile manufacturing, food and beverage, so that we look at the whole of the economy and how tourism fits into that. On the question with regards to cruise, Honourable Chairperson asked about the cruise. And so cruise ships for 2020 planned was 102 visits. It's now 104 confirmed for the 2022-2023 cruise season. So cruise is a massive opportunity for Cape Town. We want to see much more of those cruise liners start their cruises from Cape Town, and those that pass us, that they stay much longer in Cape Town, because it's crew and passenger spending, it's the maintenance of those cruise ships, and it's also the provision of goods and services. So it's a big economic benefit for Cape Town, and we're going to certainly capitalize on it. We're working very closely with all the players in the oceans economy to see how we can leverage much more of our dedicated cruise terminal and all of the other players in the cruise industry. So it's a big opportunity. On the growth, Mayor has explained exactly what's the plan around growth, and I just want to quickly touch on that. We have now seen a massive pent-up demand in the forward bookings. That's why we're very confident that the upward trend will continue. But we just need to do the right things now. We need to be clever on our marketing, and we need to make sure that there's a conversion. And Enver will speak around the campaign, because as Cape Town Tourism, our goal is to do much more on the conversion, because that's where the actual booking happens. That's where industry can feel the benefit of the booking. And so he can speak more about that. On the travel wise, also coming back to the safety issue, we've got a dedicated application within Cape Town Tourism called Travel Wise, because when incidents occur, it's also how you respond to those incidents. And incidents will occur all over, whether in Cape Town or any other city, but it's how you respond. And so through the Travel Wise application, we provide care and comfort to those victims by helping them get their travel documents sorted out, putting them up in a hotel for a day or two so that things can settle down. We assist them with the police interaction. So there's a lot of things that we do. It's actually called the Band-Aid program, but it forms part of the TravelWise initiative. That's where we provide safety tips, not to scare travelers off, but to provide them with realistic safety tips so that the experience is one that will be of a positive one. So you must be realistic about things, and I would urge members to go onto the TravelWise app. It's really a cool app. It will show you all the different tips, where to go, things that you need to look out for, but also importantly, how we respond to those incidents when they occur. Then on the Airbnb question, Honourable Chair, that is a discussion that we will have to involve our Department of Planning, because it is so that when there's a longest term stay, it does trigger certain town planning applications, because the zoning scheme is one that we must adhere to, and the zoning scheme is there to also provide some order to prevent people from just suddenly turning their homes into businesses, and then one needs to consider the impact on the surrounding area from parking, from traffic, health. So there's a lot of issues that the bylaw is trying to create some order, but at the same time, one must also be nimble to these new trends. So if it is longer term stays that's going to be the trend, then we must certainly look at how do we accommodate those new trends in our bylaws and in our policies. So I'm very much open to that conversation, but it's obviously going to take much more involvement from other departments that are responsible for the spatial planning enforcement. On your, then I think I'll just answer one more thing, and then I'm going to hand over to Enver, Madam Chair, and that's on the community workshops. The manual that we've just developed with the CPUT, the Cape Peninsula University Technology. In Cape Town, we like to call them Kaput. So in partnership with the tertiary educational institutions, Cape Town Tourism and Industry, we've developed this manual. This manual has a number of modules, and we're happy to share that with you. This is a manual that we're going to take out into communities. We've already commenced end of last year. We've now translated it into all 3 languages, and we're going to do a community roadshow where we're going to go into communities and do those workshops, because the manual talks about pricing, it talks about marketing, how to run your business, how to pay attention to customs and traditions, especially with our halal and Muslim visitors, so that the restaurants and hotels pay attention to those customs and traditions in terms of food preparation, the prayer. So there's a lot of things in there that's going to support businesses in their development so that they can become much bigger and better in the long term. So the workshops, and we're happy to also include you so you can come and see them. It's going to be a key focus on marketing and destination management. And I think I'll leave it there, and I'll hand over to Enver. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Force. Good morning, everyone. So I'll try to cover some of the other aspects around safety, perceptions, and then, of course, the numbers that were asked for. I'm happy to send it through. I don't have it readily available as yet for participants, number that have number of meetings, etc. I'm happy to send that through by Alderman Force's office. But I think the biggest challenge for us as Cape Town and South Africa is the perception of safety. And this has been, I think, one of the things that we were mindful of when we went through the COVID pandemic, is that we knew at some stage we would need to be able to deal with that situation. I think COVID distracted us for a long time, even though it was a health safety issue. When we're talking about safety now, I'm sure we are referring then, of course, to the criminal acts against tourists. So there are proactive and reactive things that we have. On the proactive stuff, what we do is the messaging. That's where the TravelWise comes in. It's actually also a program where we communicate about safety tips. And safety tips is not just about where to go to and what to do, but it's also about sometimes common sense. When you're going to go up the mountain and hiking, what you need to do, take water, notify someone that you're going up the mountain. If the weather changes, what to do. So we get into a lot of detail around that. But what we also do is we actually create video content to simplify the message, because a lot of people don't have time to read. Video allows us to use YouTube and other social media channels to also start making, and I think Alderman Force indicated that was the fact that we speak about alerting without alarming visitors, because you need to give safety information. Then also what we do from a proactive perspective is that we work quite well in partnership with the city and the province's tourism safety unit. They are out and about in the city and across the CBD and Table Mountain, assisting tourists. And I think what is valuable about that, we also start identifying hotspots. We then use that information through the visitor safety programs and the meetings we have with industry, civil society, and of course, law enforcement. And we have that on a monthly basis. We also have now included the consular corps, who have been asking for more information about safety and what they can then provide back to their citizens wanting to come to Cape Town. So that's on the proactive side. On the reactive side, I think Alderman Force has spoken about the Band-Aid program. So if anything happens to a tourist in destination, Cape Town Tourism, along with the province and the city, activate the Band-Aid. We will, of course, assist a passenger that has been either stranded or has been impacted by crime. We will arrange for the replacement of passports if lost or stolen. We'll make sure that insurance is notified. And we even get to a point of where we work quite closely with the city and the provinces around the repatriation of bodies in the event someone, let's say, has injured and died on the mountain, as an example. So there's a long list of things that we do from a reactive perspective. But I think more importantly is to say, the challenge always around safety and negative media is, there's actually been a study done that says for every negative media out there, you require 9 positive media to counterbalance that. And the reality is that we don't have enough resources to be able to counterbalance everything. What we do is that we also then do what we refer to as media and travel trade hosting. So what we do on a regular basis, we bring out media both domestically and internationally to Cape Town and travel trade to Cape Town, where they come and experience a destination for themselves. Because we can go off and market and we can say we are the best and we are the safest city. But the reality is that it can only get us so far. But when the consumers see something that's in print or in social media from a trusted source in media in their hometown or in the key source market, they then trust that a lot more than they would trust us. And I think that's how we also utilize that in making sure we can have positive messaging out there by leveraging the reach globally. The other thing then is the word of mouth. I think word of mouth has actually moved on a lot further. The power of social media is probably the thing that benefits tourism to a large extent. With a lot of accessibility, free Wi-Fi that's available, that word of mouth is happening instantaneously. So when people are having good experiences or great experiences in Cape Town, that word of mouth is actually viral because each person has somebody that is connected and sees their post. And it's kind of free marketing for us. But also what we are mindful of is that there's also the negative side of it, is that there are times when something bad happens to a tourist or someone, and then they tweet about that or they place it on Instagram. What we try to do as best as possible, similar to the TravelWise program, is that when we are made aware of the social media posts, we actually engage with the tourist and then we activate the Band-Aid, because that's also what we do is we don't just wait for it to be reported through normal channels. We also watch out for social media posts and then we respond accordingly. Alderman Force also spoke about the Internet Relay Chat, the IRC service. So we have a team who sit on the website and answer tourist questions 24/7. So the old model was where you would have a visitor center that would operate from 8 to 5, normal business hours. But the rest of the world is another 16 hours where somebody else in the world is waking up or about to go sleep and they might be thinking about Cape Town and they got a question. What the IRC does is it's a live service on the website where anybody from all over the world and even locally can ask questions of the team. They will then see how best they can assist. And I think this is the importance of what we do. The last thing I just want to touch on then is the packages. I think the packages is a pricing thing. And the challenge that I think Alderman Force spoke about it is that the tourism sector has been negatively impacted. Little to no revenue over the last few years. The biggest cost in the tourism sector is, of course, the production of the service, and that's people. And the one thing that the tourism industry is clear on is that we pay fair labor or pay fairly for fair labor. And the thing is that that's what we need to be mindful of is that a lot of these jobs are people from our community. And when we put a price forward, it's about making sure that the price is acceptable by the market, but more importantly, that we don't do any form of price gouging. As Cape Town Tourism and the wider industry, we have what we call the Code of Responsible Pricing. It's a manifesto signed by every single association in Cape Town already in the World Cup, and it's something we review on a regular basis. If there is anybody that's aware of any form of price gouging, it's to alert us to that, because these businesses potentially belong to one of the associations. We can then engage and try and address the situation. But we also want to understand what are the input costs into that. So there is an ongoing program. And I think to Alderman Force's other point is that as Cape Town Tourism, we also start pushing things like 50 things to do in Cape Town for under 50 Rand. There's a lot of things to do in Cape Town for free that doesn't cost an arm and a leg. And when you come to the destination, you just happen to stay in accommodation, but everybody wants to go out and experience a destination. The last thing is on then the township and the integrated stuff. So on the township economy, we cover many areas, not only Khayelitsha, Langa, there's Mitchells Plain, Strand. We also have in Ocean View, Philippi, working with schools. And that's where we work with the Department of Education, Western Cape Education Department, in identifying which schools. We work through the city and the tourism department headed by Dr. Vivian in identifying which schools are offering tourism, because we don't also just want to go to a school for the sake of doing it. So the intention is to go to schools that provide tourism as a subject, especially the grade 11s and 12s who are on the precipice of going into either varsity or trying to find going to work within the sector. We then bring in captains of industry to talk to these guys, to talk to the kids, to tell them about tourism, and also to share what the opportunities there are, because I think it's more than just being a tourist guide. You can be a CFO and a CEO in tourism. And I think a lot of people think tourism is just the air hostess as a part of employment, or a tourist guide. And I think what we want to say is that it's actually beyond that. If you're doing accounting, you can get into the tourism industry. We get them to speak to a CFO, and get them to speak to CTOs, chief technology officers, of how they can also look at creating solutions for the tourism sector. The last thing I then just want to touch on, Alderman Force, and through you, Madam Chair, is also just around the impact of load shedding. Load shedding, I think in the beginning and that's more than a decade ago, with the first round of load shedding, has a significant impact on the tourism industry. But I think what we've done is that a lot of the business operating models have adapted to it. Many have generators, and we also got creative products where we may do dinner in the dark, turn it into a romantic occasion. I think the biggest challenge is always how long how frequent and how long the outage is, because that of course will affect fridges, or if someone is stuck in a lift, then there's those kind of issues. But we have got contingency plans in place as the tourism sector. I'm not sure if I covered all the elements, but if not, I'm happy to answer anything that I may have missed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can I quickly just respond to Honourable Member Maseko's question about working with neighbouring municipalities, if time permits?
I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I just want to give some comfort to Councillor Maseko, Honourable Member Maseko. We do work with our neighbouring municipalities. We realise that Cape Town is, because we've got the port of entry with harbour and Cape Town International Airport, it is important that we do work with our neighbouring jurisdictions so that people don't, know where the boundaries exist. They want to visit Cape Town and Stellenbosch, Cape Town and Robertson, Cape Town and whatever else along the West Coast or the Garden Route. So we do work with neighbouring municipalities. In fact, Cape Town Tourism and myself had a meeting just with Drakenstein last week to talk about some partnerships. We get it. We need to do much more on being soft on boundaries and strong on vision. So definitely. And then the other thing, if there's 1 minute left, is also then on the informal trading. It's critical because it provides visitors and locals with a spectrum of goods and services. So we are, as a department, going to do much more work in the informal economy by providing dignified and accessible markets and trading spaces. That's all I can say now, because that department has moved over to my department now with the restructuring of the municipalities departments. And so I can say to the member that watch this space. We're going to do some real interventions in the informal economy to provide informal trading markets that are dignified and that are accessible, and that's going to be the plan, and also then to connect it with other experiences, because they are absolutely essential to provide services and goods to visitors from all over. I think, Madam Chair, those covered most of the questions, but as I've said, we're happy to share with you a copy of that manual. I'm very excited to share that with you, and also the videos and other promotional material. And thanks again, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We have run out of time for this particular presentation. So what I'm going to ask from the members is if they have any follow-up questions or even new questions or requests for information, that we deal with those within our resolutions to the city. But I think on behalf of the members, I can already say, please do include us on the respective email lists, and please do include us in the respective invites if there's a workshop or anything like that, for example, because then we can physically also see what you're doing on the ground and how the people are interacting with the respective content and engaging in the particular program. And I just want to thank you for being here with us. I remember when we had the conversation, and we were having a conversation about how the Western Cape Tourism Recovery Plan is going to go. And I know Alderman Vos was very excited to also want to present the Cape Town Tourism Recovery Plan. And with that, given that Cape Town has the most people in the Western Cape and where much of the tourism offerings are placed, I felt it was quite important to have you as a stakeholder here with us. And I thank yourself and the Mayor and Mr. Dumini for being here with us and the team, and any extra questions we will then forward to you. You are welcome to stay online if you wish, if you would like to hear some of the other presentations. We have some private stakeholders later in the meeting with us as well. However, if you do have any other day-to-day operations that you need to get to, then you are also excused from the meeting. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Tofi, are you online with us?
Yes, I am, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. I just also want to note an apology from HOD Furi. I did receive that, but you are welcome to now introduce yourself and your team, and then you can jump straight into the presentation. I saw from the Cape Town presentation that some of the projects you work on jointly have already been covered. So my advice would be that if something's already been covered, then just maybe to move on to the next slide, or if there's something that you want to add extra, then you add extra to that particular program, just so that we don't duplicate some of the information. Thank you so much. I'm going to put off my video just going forward.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. Lovely to be here today. I just want to briefly, I will be sharing a slide deck, and the presentation will be shared by the team from DDAT and from Westgrow. But let me just introduce our colleagues who are here today. So Ilse van Skalkwyk, our Chief Director for sectors all the sectors in the economy, including tourism. Jacques is with us, our Director Tourism, who plays a direct role in creating many of these strategies. And then I think by now you all know I'm no longer new, but the CEO of Westgrow. I'm going to stop calling you new, Ronel, but welcome. Thank you for being here today. The Chief Marketing Officer of our DMO, the Destination Marketing Organization, Monica, welcome. And I think we have some other colleagues, Yao, the head who heads up trade and investment, and I think I saw Jacinta here as well, who heads up strategy and governance, and importantly is the person who holds together and manages Cruise Cape Town and air access and so forth. So welcome to the whole team. This is Team Western Cape. And so I'll start the first few slides of the deck, and then I'll hand over to some of my colleagues. Honourable members, tourism has been, as you know, the lifeblood of our province for a long time. And I think this unprecedented moment of crisis has been devastating. There's no other word for it. And I think what you're going to see today is how we've responded to that. And I think it's a tribute to the ability to come together collaboratively as a team that has meant we've been able to manage the crisis and then respond. So Ilse, you can proceed. So today we'll cover a couple of aspects, and we will be as brief as we can on anything that was already covered. As you know, because we have the mandate for the entire province, what you've heard in the presentation from the city is exactly how it should be. They demonstrate some of the activities and the framework that we provide, and they show you intensely how it's done in one region, in one municipality, and of course the most important one. So we'll briefly talk about economic recovery, then we'll look at our tourism action plan, what we responded, and then the blueprint here. Next slide, and on to the next one. So just a very brief timeline, as you know, and I think what's not on this timeline is just before COVID hit, we had launched, we'd spent a year developing a tourism blueprint and looking at how would we take tourism to the next level. And I think it's interesting when you plan to do something with an infinite goal. We had a 20-year time span. It actually prepares you for moments of short-term crisis. So when the crisis hit, we really had a sense of what were the key levers within the tourism. So if you look, I think you all know the timeline. I'm not even going to take you through it, but we dealt with various aspects of the crisis, and it went back and forward just when we thought things were resuming to normality at the end of 2020 and 2021. We were developing a very proactive plan. In fact, the weekend or week before our huge get back to tourism directed at the UK market, we had the Omicron variant discovered, and then we sort of went back to start. So this is just a brief overview, and at the moment we'll take you through each element of that. Thank you, Ilse. So this CAR approach, I think, speaks to what between DDAT and Wesgro, how we broke down the response, both from a time point of view and from divvying up the roles as well. So the first thing we did and I would say as an economic cluster, because tourism, as I think Enver said, people think of it as the front end, the hospitality end of tourism, but it goes way beyond that. It's the farmers who produce goods. It's people who fix the roads, so it makes it interesting, makes it safe to travel across those roads. People who work in producing fabrics to put on your bed in a hotel. So the tourism is not an industry; it's an entire economy. And so what we needed to do in the beginning of the COVID crisis was provide business support and keep employers safe. And I think that was the first thing. And I think I'm not going to stress on that because I think you've all seen in various presentations the substantial effort we've done in managing the economy. And I had the privilege, I would say, of managing that economic cluster, and that pulling together of members from agriculture, all the different government departments, including city disaster management, is what made the management of the C part of the process so effective. Then we had to adapt, and we ran a series of webinars, workshops, training to figure out how we manage in this new way of doing business. And that included how do we manage that transition to people not traveling physically and just sharing and meeting differently. And then, of course, there was the response. Visitor safety, I think, was stressed today, and Ilse will speak a little bit more detail. And then, of course, the demand side, how we're starting to build and build on and take advantage of this pent up demand for people to travel. So, thanks, Ilse. And I mean, this slide was really just to reiterate that as an economic cluster, particularly, I think we did some amazing work, and we got the sort of accolade for that in the Service Excellence Awards just at the beginning of last year, and it showed that for me that key word is collaboration, of people coming together across the sector, dealing with everything from managing tourism in the crisis, repatriation, lobbying to get things changed. I mean, also I can't remember even or count how many lobbying documents we've written to national government or to support the Premier. And then it's always very rewarding every time President Ramaphosa speaks to say, we lobbied for that, we lobbied for the opening of that segment of the economy. So just a well done to the team. This is an internal award, other than, of course, some of those international accolades that Enver so nicely stressed, or the team stressed across the destination. Thank you. So really, let me hand over now to the team in the engine room who's done some of this work. And we're starting with the Tourism Action Plan, which was really a very short document with very clear targets. And we will show you today both what we set out to do and a bit of an update of how we are along that path. So, Ilse, over to you, and please stress. And I think what would be an interesting perspective is the extent in which our work is spread across all 30 of the municipalities across the province. So over to you, Ilse. Thank you.
Thanks, Rashid, and thank you very much, honourable members, for providing us this opportunity. So I'm just going to be taking you through some of the elements we started working on in terms of the Reignite Action Plan. So in terms of tourism recovery, the elements that we started pulling together from a Western Cape perspective as a whole of province approach was we needed to look at a very short-term action plan driven approach, similarly to our longer term approach, but very focused on the 2021-22 season. So when we, just for your reference, when we're talking about our tourism season, which usually stretches from September, let's say September is usually our tourism month, but it usually starts from November up until April, up until the Easter season. And then we have peaks and troughs with regards to when is domestic and international. And we started looking at pulling this plan together to say, what are we going to do to return and stabilize tourism over this very short term, which has been one of the most heavily hit industries in our economy. First of all, we wanted to align with what National Department of Tourism is doing in terms of their approach with regards to recovery. So the national tourism sector recovery really had three legs. One was to protect and rejuvenate supply. The second was to reignite demand, and then strengthening enabling capability. So those three levers are core elements of our own strategy as well. So we set some targets in terms of recovery over this short-term season that we're still in. The first relates to domestic arrivals. So this is, I recall some of the members asking the questions about how do we measure recovery. The first thing is in terms of our arrivals at our Cape Town International Airport relating to international and domestic travellers. Our target for domestic was to return it to at least 70% of the 2019 season figures. And the international arrivals target was to return it to at least 20% of the 2019 figures. Taking into account that when we set these targets and we started developing the plan, it was before we had a fourth wave, before the announcement of Omicron and the disastrous impacts that had, albeit short-lived. But we were brave enough to say we need to at least aim towards some recovery in this space. The Reignite plan has three key drivers. The first is to restore access, movement and confidence. The second driver was to protect tourism assets and the skill base. The third driver was to entice tourists back with a striking new marketing campaign, or various campaigns. Those were our three drivers for Reignite in terms of our recovery plan over the short term. So the first driver really relates to improving ease of access and movement, removing regulatory barriers and restrictions, and to restore confidence in the destination. So key elements that we wanted to highlight was to support and amplify industry lobbying and advocacy efforts. Rashid alluded to this in terms of the hard work that it was to just constantly stay on top of any new regulations or implications, and the lobbying from both public and private sector. Easing the removal of international restrictions on South Africa, particularly the work that was done there with Wesco and the team and all the other industry bodies with regards to the UK Red List. Easing removal of lockdown restrictions on events and cruise industries, heavily hit with regards to, I think the cruise industry only got the announcement after an immense amount of work. It was very early, I think in November, late November, in terms of that they were allowed to actually continue. Adoption of National Digital Health Certificate. When we started the work, it was the Digital Health Certificate in terms of vaccinations was still not in play. The visa reform and the rollout of e-visas. Harmonization of the SADC COVID-19 travel requirements in terms of a cross-border movement and the different PCR requirements, as well as the introduction of the remote working visa work that we've done probably for more than a year now with Department of Home Affairs and National Department of Tourism, and the amendments we proposed to that particular Immigration Act. So to accelerate the recovery by re-establishing air links is quite a critical element, meaning we can't pose international recovery if the people can't get to South Africa. And we've been in the situation where the borders have been closed. We've been put on various travel bans or travel restriction lists in different countries, and it's been had a massive knock-on effect on the travel or rather the transport sector. And our key links is how do we restore it to our major markets, the UK, Germany, France, the US, etc., as well as in terms of Africa. So there's been very much a shift from the air access team in terms of a recovery, rather to retain or re-establish those routes with the particular markets. And that's been quite successful. The second element in terms of this driver was that we had to look at if the visitor arrives in South Africa and in the Western Cape, are they going to feel safe, and what message are we sending out to the world? And the work done there was around the safe travels work with WTTC, the training we've done across the board. We've had numerous engagement. We've trained the workplaces. We've given inputs into the legislated health and safety industry protocols with regards to the norms and standards of how a destination in terms of a business operates. So there's been a lot of work to make sure that the destination is ready once the visitor arrives. And we've actually received quite a lot of positive feedback from visitors, international visitors over the season in terms of their arrival, and they've actually seen these protocols being implemented. The second or the third element that I'd like to highlight was the tourism safety remains a concern. And even though safety isn't on top of mind, it was more access and red lists, etc. In destination aspects with regards to safety is still of a concern, and we can't just switch that off from a crime element. So personal safety and safety and security are just as important, and we've been working with that at the airport as well in terms of establishing the safety monitors. So how did we fare with regards to the first element or the first driver? Most of the objectives have been reached. A lot of the travel restrictions have been lifted. Even post-COVID, if there was a major setback, but it was short-lived. It was very interesting how we responded to that with regards to having the different the response at the airport, etc. But Monica will allude to that from a destination reputation management perspective. But the National Digital Health Passport is now in place. The training of tourist guides was done in terms of the protocols as well as the norms and standards. We had an integrated season readiness plan across and that's what Rashid was alluding to in terms of the integrated plan with all our districts and municipalities. We ran workshops with all the municipalities to make sure that they're ready, that the elements are there in terms of welcoming destinations and the health and safety protocols are in place. And we also assisted both Cape Town International Airport and the V&A Cruise Terminal in terms of the port health safety.
Apologies for interrupting you. I'm just going to ask, I'm going to give you guys another 10 minutes for your presentation. I'm going to ask that because I see some of the photo slides and some of the progress on driver slides has similar information on it. So if possible, if we could rather focus more on the progress on driver slides compared 100%. To duplication, just so that we are able to go through some of the statistics also a little bit quicker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Noted. Okay. And then just to note as well from a cruise recovery perspective, there was quite a number of cancellations, but the forward book is looking good in terms of the season to come. But we were left with 32. I think there was a projected 28 cruises to arrive, and currently it's at 13. So there was a dip in terms of post Omicron announcement in terms of cruises arriving at Cape Town port, but it has recovered, not fully, but the forward booking is looking good. So in terms of driver 2, with regards to protecting tourism assets and skill base, so the whole objective of this was to say, how do we actually stabilize the supply side? So that's with regards to the businesses that were severely affected, as well as looking at how do we get some money and investment back into the space and support businesses with regards to their crisis period. Hence why we focused on tours, on event support, as well as looking at other aspects in terms of restrictions or red tape that we needed to assist them with. So elements to mention was, okay, I'm just going to run through. So it was Tourism Product Development Fund. We looked at the capital investment projects with NDT in terms of state-owned infrastructure, as well as the support with regards to the leisure and business events. Then in addition, we were working on petitioning national government with regards to industry relief with UAF TERS, as well as lobbying them for a second round of relief aid, which wasn't successful because of the current constraints. And then, of course, our big element, which is currently we experiencing this across the province, is where a lot of the funding is being cut from the LTO perspective in various municipalities, which is causing a great cause of concern with regards to just stabilizing and entering into a recovery period if we are disinvesting into tourism. And then the skills gap, and then, of course, the work we've been doing with regards to the vaccination program, as well as linking to with SATSA and FDASA and all the industry bodies. And there's been a strong work with TBCSA as well as the other industry bodies in terms of having a jab for jobs and vaccinating their staff, etc. So that's been very forthcoming from the industry in terms of their response to the vaccination rates within the businesses themselves. And this also talks to the destination readiness aspect. So the other element that I also wanted to mention here was with regards to the tourism safety program. This is a major collaboration that we do across the province, and our support that we provide through our tourism safety and response program. We have a 10-man tourism safety law enforcement team that supported us throughout the crisis, even with domestic visitors. And this is a great example of a program that works with regards to making sure the destination is safe and response to any international visitor that is in distress. So progress, as I mentioned, the Tourism Product Development Fund, it has supported 15 beneficiaries to the value of 8 million rand. And thank you very much for the members who were able to visit Kwatu recently and see one of our examples of this fund. Then in terms of the National Tourism Infrastructure Maintenance Program, this is 8 million rand that's been secured for the Western Cape, and investment will happen at the Cedarburg Nature Reserve, De Wip Nature Reserve, Kogelberg Nature Reserve, Hokama, Wolvekloof, and the Lookout Hill in Khayelitsha. So this is a great investment into the infrastructure side and money back into the economy. Then there was the Western Cape Business Event Support Project, which was launched from Wesgro's side, and they were able to support 47 regional events from year to date, which again supported business owners who were severely restricted in terms of putting on events, in terms of the public, is the limitation in terms of the number of people allowed at events. And then we are in the process of, we had this early in December in terms of the Tourism Peer Learning Network event with NDT, which was to assist new councillors and LED officials in terms of just re-establishing tourism policy and strategy and thinking in the province. And then next week we'll be hosting, along with NDT, a professionalisation and skills conference talking about the current skills crisis of a lot of the tourism businesses that have had to let their staff go, and how do we make sure that those skills areas stabilised. And then I'm going to hand over to my colleague Monica from Wesgro to deal with driver 3.
Thank you, Ilse, and good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members. Nice and bright and early on a Friday morning, as we like it. I'm going to try and keep it quick. We really wanted to play you 2 of our beautiful videos that we have done, but Honourable Chairperson has put us under time pressure. So I'm sure that we're going to be sharing this presentation afterwards, and then you'll be able to find the YouTube links to those 2 videos and many others on our YouTube channel as we go along. So I'm here to talk to you about the marketing campaigns to try and reignite tourism flow into the province, both from a domestic and from an international perspective. Some of you will have already seen the first of our never-ending tourist videos, which we ran last calendar year, which was focused on German and Dutch expats that fell in love with the province to such a degree that they decided to stay, and they tell the story in their first person authentic voice to tell their fellow countrymen why they need to come and visit. That was a B2C campaign that ran with great success, as I said, in those 2 markets, with paid media buy as well as with native PR partners and in-market partnerships around digital, which has done, as I said, really well. Next slide, please, Ilse. And these now have also been augmented with some domestic content that we've created. For starters, we have reutilized and redesigned our Faraway Feeling domestic campaign, which some of you might have seen last season, which is a real sort of tongue-in-cheek approach to the domestic market to view the beauty of the Western Cape as a good competition for perhaps their holiday in Bali, etc., that they are currently unable to visit, and that actually perhaps the Western Cape has more to offer than any of these international destinations. So those, as I said, those two YouTube links are there. We have launched now, after what we call Red List 2, the UK Never Ending Tourist campaign into the UK market, which was perfectly timed because the UK now between January and March has their peak booking period. When people come back from their winter holidays, their Christmas holidays, they're now contemplating another couple of months of darkness in the UK and start thinking about their next sunny destination. And luckily for us now, we are there and showing them how beautiful it is in the Western Cape. We have also continued with our remote work efforts in support of the digital nomad visa application. We obviously are telling the story of why Cape Town and the Western Cape is the perfect place to come and work remotely, initially only for the domestic markets, and then hopefully, as mentioned in one of the previous standing committee sessions, hopefully soon we'll be able to do that for the international market as well. Next slide, please. Hilda? Yeah, so that's, unfortunately, we were going to play you the video, which we're not going to play you now, and then maybe just go through to the next slide. Yeah, so we the regional tourism videos, one of which would also have been there, and Honourable Chair, we wanted to play you the one of the Karoo, so you definitely are going to have to watch that video. We utilize these regional tourism videos to showcase the depth and breadth of the experiences in all of our 5 regions and the metro for our domestic as well as our international travellers, and I've used these videos to demonstrate also the variety of activities that you can do, from outdoor adventure to food and wine. Next slide, please. And then lastly, Alderman Foss already spoke about this earlier, but of course Omicron came at the potentially worst time for us in terms of our season, but in collaboration with the city, with DDAT, with the MEC's office and Westgrow, we supported the repatriation not only of passengers at the airport, but also had to support the MS Europa, which was meant to be our first cruise ship coming into the Cape Town terminal of the harbour, and unfortunately wasn't able to disembark any of their passengers for anything other than flights home. So unfortunately our cruise season also had a little bit of a abrupt halt, but it has now restarted. And then maybe just to augment what Ilse was saying, it looks at the moment as if our 22-23 cruise season is going to actually be as strong as we had hoped pre-COVID's first numbers to be. So we are back on track to recover that effort. And then just last slide from me, please, Ilse. So our progress, as I said, we've launched that Get That Faraway Feeling campaign for the domestic market. Interestingly and completely by surprise caught us the fact that the Bali Faraway Feeling video, which is essentially Neisner, has achieved 1 million views on TikTok, which was really organic and really unexpected and lovely. The Germany and Holland Never Ending Tourist Hero video in November had reached 1 million views. When we came back from Christmas and had another look, we were sitting on over 2 million views for the Hero video. So it's doing incredibly well, and we are confident that the UK iteration of Never Ending Tourist is going to break even that Westgrow record for us. And then we have spoken about the leisure events supported already. And then maybe just finally, because we very seldom speak about that, whilst tourism in totality might have been one of the hardest hit, I would certainly say that the business events and conferencing space was probably the sharp end of that particular wedge. And we are in the Convention Bureau within Westgrow working really hard to rebuild that pipeline. Luckily, most of the conferences have just been postponed, but we are making sure that those are now starting to take place in person. And we are incentivizing wherever possible that those conferences include an overnight, and that we think about spaces not just in the city, but across the province. And that's it from me. Thank you, Ilse. I'm going to hand back to you.
Thanks, Monica. And then just to conclude, so with regards to the performance against the targets, as we said in the beginning with regards to Reignite, so where we're faring up to date is from a domestic perspective where our target was 70%. We were just slightly lower to that, and as I mentioned, the season isn't over, but it's about 66% of 2019 figures from an arrival perspective. And then international arrivals, where our target was 20%, it went up pre-Omicron, and it went down again, but it recovered to about 35% of 2019 figures, which is actually doing very well. And we're seeing many, many more arrivals in these from January up to date in terms of international visitors. So watch the space for the international arrival recovery rate to also increase. Just to show what we were talking about in terms of the shifts from a Cape Town International Arrival perspective, we get these data sets from AXA. So this just shows you across the years where we were and how the recovery will be, similar to the domestic arrival statistics. And then what we also include is the STR occupancy rates to see the number of occupancies across the different 4, 3, 5, 4, and 3-star hotels in the Western Cape, and we can see it per region. So there's also been a recovery in this perspective, just over 50%, which is good, or 60% if I'm not mistaken. And then I just want to quickly end off the presentation from a medium to longer term perspective, and talking about Tourism Blueprint 2030, which is our 10-year tourism strategy, and how this relates to the recovery. So we've had to update our broader 10-year strategy to talk about COVID and how this has impacted our targets with regards to growth, because we were just coming out of the drought and various other crises in 2019. It wasn't our best year, although now we're using it as a benchmark year for recovery. But our vision is to be Africa's leading destination for leisure and business travel. And our aims in Blueprint was to renew the focus on domestic, and that's been on the money with regards to how important that's been for recovery. How do we improve the ease of doing business for tourist businesses, raise the global profile of Destination Western Cape, identify and develop new and maintain infrastructure across the province, drive geographic spread across the province into every single district, grow visitor numbers and yield, and the value that they inject into the economy, key to prioritize tourism development and transformation growth within each district, getting more businesses and SMEs to participate, improve customer experience, quality and service excellence is critical in terms of making sure we've got return visitors and having a quality experience, develop industry partnership programs with action platforms to make sure we've got more private sector investment. So how does this benefit the industry? It aligns to the long-term destination vision. It provides depth and insight in terms of the research that sits behind Blueprint. It's process-driven in terms of advisors, consultations and workshops. It's agile and adaptable in terms of whatever crisis is thrown at us. It's roadmap for collaborative future. It's flexible, and it hopes to drive development and marketing alignment into new destinations, as we've got key targets per continent in terms of new markets that we've got to enter into, and response to the reality that in actual fact there's been, because of the global constraints on the fiscus as well as on investment, the investment into tourism is shrinking, and we hope that recovers. So Blueprint has 3 phases, and this is where the Reignite action plan, which was short term, speaks to phase 1, which is swift recovery. And it's estimated that the recovery for tourism will be up until late 2023 to have almost a bounce back period. And a lot of these elements that is mentioned below in terms of the short-term recovery, which is in Blueprint for phase 1, aligns to the Reignite action plan. Phase 2 is in relation to build back better. So once we've proceeded and we've recovered up until 2023, from 2024 up until 2026, we're looking at how do we invest into key elements strongly to make sure that we can enter into sort of a growth period. We want to grow beyond the 2019 figures. And how do we achieve that? We have to keep looking at barriers. We have to start focusing on untapped growth markets in new destinations where we haven't been playing that strong, specifically in Africa. We have to deliver more competitive and diversified iconic district offerings. Blueprint has really been strong in terms of making sure we focused on every single district. We've looked at every single district's attraction value and where do we have to invest into that product so that there's more for tourists to come and see and do, that they will stay longer and that we will remain competitive as a destination. We have to focus on full potential of our latent forms of tourism, which was cruise, which is events, as well as the halal market, ease supply side restrictions in terms of the skill losses, strengthening the resilience of the business and destination, etc. There's a focus with regards to climate change and how we're responding to being a sustainable and a sustainable destination, as well as for responsible tourism. We have to focus in terms of how can we improve the BE sector code compliance and focus in terms of transformation within the province and making sure there's more participants, as well as the quality of offerings in particular tours. So once we've started investing and the reaping of the fruits in terms of that, from the phase 3, we're entering into the accelerated, sustainable and competitive phase, which is from 2027 up until 2030. So this is where we'll see the accelerated supply side, the business that have been invested in, the products will start being able to attract new tourists. We'll start to seeing the market penetration strategies into the new markets pay off. We would have started seeing that we've understand climate change and how have we protected our products and our destination in terms of this, invested into the major infrastructure projects. Hopefully, if we can land those investments back into the tourism space, which is needed, launch of a new slate of tourism products, expand our presence in market growth areas, and be the top destination, domestic destination in terms of spend in South Africa. So those are our 3 key phases, and just in a very short, it's talking about a 270-page document to just show you the alignment for our short, medium and longer term approach to tourism recovery in the Western Cape. Rashid, I'm going to hand it over to you just to close. Thank you.
I'm not going to even summarize those slides. I think you got it, so back over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, and thank you for condensing what is a very comprehensive presentation and what is clearly a lot of work from the department and West Coast side. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm going to take a lesson from the Education Committee, from the chairperson, that I always see how she does questions and answers. I'm going to give members actually 3 minutes. So if you ask 1 question or 10 within your 3 minutes, but I'm going to give each member 3 minutes to pose their questions. I've opened my stopwatch here. So I'm going to just take the hands in the order that I see them. Okay, I see no hands. Okay, I see 1 hand, Member van der Westhuizen. Member Nkondlo. Okay, those are the only 2 hands I see, so let's go in that order so long. Thank you so much, Member van der Westhuizen. I'm starting your 3 minutes now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much again for not the presentation only, but particularly the hard work behind that. It is really heartwarming. I've got 2 questions. The first one is, in terms of new tourism offerings, what are the trends that you pick up there, and to what extent do you believe the Western Cape is poised to make use of that? And then secondly, in terms of our exchange rate, I think it's generally accepted that our currency is valued, below its actual value, that it's trading below its actual value. And to what extent is that working in the favor of tourism? How sensitive is tourism to things such as exchange rates? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. You're well within your time. Next up is Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is on the Tourism Product Development Fund. Assuming it's the same fund as I think the colleague referred to, that funded the work in Equatu, which we saw and we appreciate. Great big ups on that one as the tourism unit in DDET. We just want to, is interested because I think the colleague indicated that this funding has came to an end. What are the plans of reinvesting into this fund, given the exceptional work in as far as the outcomes, in particular as an economic recovery intervention. And secondly, Chair, I'm interested to know, when you talk about, I think in slide 10, you look at how you measure domestic versus international. I'm not sure where do you bring in local, and I'm saying domestic will be travels, I'm assuming outside of the province, but I'm not sure how do you measure in province or interprovincial travels in that 70% as your target. So if you can indicate that for us. And lastly, what is in your future plans? When you speak, you want to see more transformation, more participants. What does that mean? What does it involve? If one were to sort of track that, what exactly are you going to be doing to realize that particular outcome? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Member Maseka.
Thank you very much, Chair. Member Mkondo have covered me, and the last one from me, it will be in the Economic Intervention Recovery Plan. Did Westgrow also include those municipalities that were marketing themselves directly in the international market? And if not, why that is not happening? Because they already had a base or the foundation that they were using to make sure that that was happening within the municipalities, and their LED was working with that strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm liking this new method. Maybe I must use it more in the future. Okay, Member Nkundla has covered my one question regarding the Tourism Development Fund. While all the products are already getting their funding and receive their funding, the fund is not continuing. And for that, it's very sad for us because we've seen the good work that you've been doing. So if we can just get some clarity on why that is and what is going to happen going forward. And just on the LTOs and RTOs, which is essentially, I guess, employed by municipalities and or districts, what were the reasons from the districts and municipalities for cancelling their RTOs and LTOs? Because I've met some of these people, and the work that they're doing in terms of presentations that they've done for Westgrow on workshops is that they're doing quite a bit of work and essentially assisting you in getting the word out on the marketing and the offerings in the respective districts, but also assisting small and micro enterprises to get a foothold within the tourism industry within rural areas specifically. Thank you so much. Member Nkondlo, is that a new hand? Is that an old hand?
No, Chair. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you so much. Mr. Tufi, now if you guys can allocate as you choose.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think we'll do the same. Okay, let's try to keep to 3 minutes. We'll keep the answers brief. If you need more, we can always support. So, Ilse, if you could answer the questions on the new tourism product offerings and the Tourism Product Development Fund, please. And Monica, are you cool to cover the domestic versus local matter? And then Ilse, you working very closely as a former Knysna municipal official. Can you talk to the issue of the RTOs and some of the challenges and how we're supporting them? Yeah?
Sure.
And but let me start, just the question that you mentioned, Member van der Westhuizen, about currency exchange rates. I mean, we've always, historically, it's always worked in our favor when it's one industry that when our currency devaluates, in other words, when a glass of wine or a cup of coffee just costs you a few pence or a few dollar cents, it always adds in our favor. But I think there is a sweet spot because at the same time, we're trying to promote export and investment. And I don't think a currency that fluctuates too much really helps us. So I think we need some currency stability. That's what we need. But at the moment, we continue to be a value for money destination, even though I don't think we should pitch ourselves as something. For us, we're pitching the total experience, a high quality destination and not just value for money, but a weaker currency relative to our key markets like Europe, America, UK, I believe does add value. And then Ilse, before I hand over to you, I just wanted to say, it is, at the moment, our budget situation has been very tough. And I think the allocation of budgets to priorities has meant that there's been an indication that we, in fact, won't fund the Tourism Product Development Fund going forward. There isn't really another way to explain it. I think as we enter the year, I think it's something that we will continue to look at ways we can creatively unlock funding. But directly speaking, the straight answer is we don't have budget in the current financial year to continue the Tourism Product Development Fund as we did this year. Ilse, I don't know if that helps you with that question, but I'll hand over to you for some of the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid. So I'll just deal with some of the questions that's been allocated to me. Member Nkondli, thank you very much. You always ask the best questions. So with regards to the Product Development Fund, yes, we've invested in 2 years already, and that's what just over the 15, or what was it, just over 8 million rand that we've invested into this, supporting 15 businesses. So it's key. It aligns to the recovery plan. It aligns to the tourism blueprint, because that's where it really came from, where we identified the gaps per district in relation to our product offering. So there's no money that's going into tourism development, very little in the next financial year, and it's not something we haven't lobbied for. So it's a bit of a concern that we have, but we hope to get some funds back in the following financial year. I cannot add more to that. So it's not the ideal situation. Then with regards to the question with regards to more participants in terms of transformation. So there, the element really is twofold. One, it's how do we get more BE SMMEs to participate, and linking that was through the Tourism Product Development Fund, as well as any other initiatives that we needed to do, and supported from a CEDA perspective, as well as our Enterprise Development Unit, and focusing in terms of how do we get a track with regards to incubating businesses, as well as providing opportunities for, which was where we were linking with NDT, to bring businesses or SMMEs on a journey with us to be able to be product owners, whether it's through a experience or an attraction, etc. And it doesn't always mean that because the value chain works as follows, whether it's from a transport perspective or a service perspective or a owning a attraction, etc. perspective. It's how do we make sure that we are inclusive in terms of our approach to SMME opportunities. So there's really a lot of work we have to do in this space to develop a program of SMME support, particularly for the tourism sector. And that's going to be a longer term approach to make sure that we've got a track of bringing more SMME, that businesses that are BE compliant, and there's a stronger focus on terms of transformation. We've been working with other private sector partners like Airbnb, etc., to try and access their training programs and accessing other funds to support an investment into this space, because that's really at the grassroots levels. And then, of course, we have to do that in partnership with municipalities. So you were mentioning, both Member Bartman, about the power of the LTO and the municipalities, and that's where we have to strengthen the relationship and design a program and come back to and ask Cabinet for more money to invest into this space for a specific tourism SMME support program, where we could support businesses on the ground and the grassroots levels up. And I'd like to bring this item also back in the future when we've got the resources, etc. The next question was just with regards to the LTOs and RTOs. Currently, this is not the same across the province, but we are seeing how we've organized the sector or the ecosystem at play. We've got Beaufort West, Knysna, Drakenstein. There's a number of municipalities that are cutting the funding to a degree to an LTO. They're either bringing some of the functions in-house. So, and there's a lot of concern about the model and how municipalities are approaching this. They are also, some municipalities they've got a budget problem, so they're cutting the budget, unfortunately, in this area. It is a concern that we have. We would like to propose to take, well, it is something that we're working at from DDAT's side, to take it to the different DCFs in the districts, to start talking and lobbying with the district mayors in relation to not doing this, and how do we support the LTOs, and proposing different models, because there's pros and cons with regards to what functions you bring in-house and what do you leave in a structure like an LTO. So this is something that we're currently working on with and trying to support some of the municipalities in this regard, because it's a proven fact, when you start kind of cutting money at an LTO level globally, you can start seeing a decline in visitor numbers. There's a number of municipalities which have done this, and then it's not organized. Private sector doesn't have a platform to co-contribute. The leverage and the alignment from an RTO, LTO level, even from a West Coast side downwards, becomes interesting, because then you need to start dealing with 100 different businesses versus having a single well-represented body. So I hope that answers the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilse. And then just finally from me, Member Mkondlo, your question around how do you measure intra-provincial travel? It's a really good question. As usual, you're definitely on the mark with the good questions. I guess the short answer is with difficulty. I think that we are definitely known as the province with the most well-traveled citizens within it. So certainly Cape Townians do a large number of weekend trips in a 2-hour circumference of their home. But it is incredibly difficult to measure that, because of course we don't ask, most establishments don't ask where exactly their visitors are coming from, other than that they've established that they're domestic. There are, of course, some markers around that. Western Cape residents will also utilize the airports from time to time to fly from Cape Town to George and back, or to Plet now recently again and back. And there are some STR data points that we can utilize in terms of making sure that we see where people are staying within the province. And we, in the season, we do also do a survey, which where we basically contact all the different experiences and sightseeing opportunities across the province to find out their booking numbers. And we oftentimes pick up anecdotally mostly, but we do pick up some pieces of information around that of, where exactly their visitors have come from. But again, as I said, the answer actually is quite short, which is with great difficulty, because it is something that we still we struggle to get our arms around. And then Member Maseko, thank you for your question with regards to the other municipalities. It links a little bit to what Ilse was saying earlier. So Wesgro, as the provincial destination marketing organization, makes sure that all of the work that we do is constantly and ongoingly aligned with the efforts that are happening at regional and at municipal level. With the RTOs and the LTOs, we have a regular RTO forum, which the Honourable Chair joined us with at the winter school a couple of months ago, which was great to have her there. And so we do a lot of exercises around aligning with the efforts that are going on across the province. And in particular, I'd like to also mention that the collaboration with Cape Town Tourism has really gone from strength to strength in the last 6 to 8 months. And there is very strong alignment in terms of the role clarity, as well as in terms of our messaging internationally and domestically. So we do the work at a higher level. We don't talk specifically about an experience in a specific place, but we really talk about the value proposition of tourism to the province, both for your business event as well as for leisure travel domestically and internationally. I do hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions that still need to be answered? You guys stuck within your 3 times 4 minute allocation that I quickly checked up on there, but I think those were actually all of them. But since we have 3 minutes left before we have to go to the next presentation, I am going to ask that if there's any follow-up questions or requests for information, that we pose it to you during our resolutions and send it to you. We have previously also indicated our concern regarding the fact that the Tourism Product Development Fund is ending, especially since we're seeing such good work and outcomes coming out of that particular program. And we have made a resolution previously on the cluster visit that on that particular fund, we do wish to have a longer committee conversation, which we will invite you to as well, because we do think that there needs to be a bit more focus on how we ending it, but also what we're putting in place, because there's a big difference between Wesgro and the department. Wesgro is a marketing and promotion agency, and the department is supposed to deal with development and skills and putting things in place in order for new entrants to come in. So there's a big difference between the two mandates, and I think with the Tourism Product Development Fund specifically, it allows not only new entrants, but offerings that weren't as popular previously for people to understand that Cape Town isn't the Western Cape. And that there are other tourism offerings within our province that people can come and go see as well. But with that, if you have other day-to-day operations that you need to, oh, I think I've piqued Mr. Tufi's attention now.
No, I was just wondering,
Chair, 2 minutes.
Chair, if we've got 2 minutes, can we play the 2 minute? It's just a 2 minute Karoo video.
Is
just
it
as a taster. It's
okay,
it's 2 minutes.
That's probably to butter me up now. Okay, play the 2 minute Karoo video. You have 2 minutes.
That's what I'd like to use the 2 minutes for. Thank you. Ilse, could you do it? Let's do it. Share with sound,
yes. Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'm convinced you guys really are trying to butter me up with the Central Karoo, and because I know that the Lord Milner was part of the Tourism Product Development Fund. Okay, but with that, we will have a conversation going forward about the particular fund, and I wish you all the best for the rest of your day. You're welcome to stay online with the mobile payment solution briefings, but if you do have other day-to-day matters that you need to attend to, you are now excused. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, thank you so much. We are now at the briefing by the mobile payment solutions within our province. These are Yoka, SnapScan, and Zapper, and these services regarding small, medium, and micro enterprises and successes and challenges experienced by them within the Western Cape. And just a little bit of a background. So the reason we obviously had this particular resolution is because actually from Wesgro, we were learning about how mobile payment solutions are actually making it easier for business to cut red tape, easier for especially within tourism businesses and enterprises within our province to cut costs in terms of banking and fees and assisting tourists, especially in rural and remote areas. And I think many of us have even experienced the usage of some of these devices where even where there's no signal, you're able to sometimes utilize such a device in order to increase your profit, to increase your economic growth, and to assist yourself in your business to actually grow and create more jobs. And with that, we're going to have the presentations in the order of Yoko, and then SnapScan, and then Zapper. And I'm going to allow each to introduce their respective delegations, and then we're going to have questions and answers afterwards on all three presentations at once. And we've allowed 10 minutes for each presenter. So Yoko, I know Mr. Brunel, are you online with us? Just see here. I did see someone earlier online. If not, Mr. Brunel, Mr. Newton, perhaps. Otherwise, we can go on to the next one so long. Mr. Kandal from SnapScan, are you online?
Hi there, I am. Thanks. Yeah, so I'm Marin. I know, often seems like Martin. So I'm Marin, I'm the Chief Operating Officer at SnapScan. I'm just wondering, is my presentation going to be displayed, or should I share my...
If you could display it, we would really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm just going to put my video and my mic off in the meantime, just so that members are able to see your presentation and hear you properly, and then I'll put it back on for questions and answers.
Okay, perfectly. Can everyone see, can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect, thank you.
Okay, fantastic. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting us to speak today. I think it's very exciting to know that the Western Cape Parliament is considering voices from the fintech space. I know we work directly with small businesses on an ongoing basis to solve their problems. I'm sure there's also direct consultation with the small businesses themselves. So this is just potentially another valuable perspective. So exciting to see that. So to the presenters, sorry, I'm just going back here. Cool. So for most people in this forum, I'm hoping there's a familiarity with SnapScan. It's a very Western Cape Central product. So I'm hoping that either there's an awareness of what SnapScan is, or even better, that everyone here has potentially used it once or twice. So I'll go through a brief explanation of what SnapScan is and our core product offering, and then also some of the areas that we've identified in the tourism space and in the post-COVID space, and ways that we've worked to try and empower the small businesses that have been impacted by lockdown and the loss of tourism. So to start, SnapScan started as a scan to pay functionality. So a simple but very innovative technology that solved a really core problem for micro and small businesses. So that was back in 2014, when accepting card payments quickly, easily, and affordably was not available. So this is before really easy to access card terminals were ubiquitous. So I'm looking at Yoko on that one. Initially, we found our core product market fit with these market vendors. They didn't want to pay overhead costs to accept card payments. So their environment was fairly rudimentary. They didn't have a lot of, technical capabilities in a market setting. So SnapScan worked really, really well there. The customer just needed to load their card onto the SnapScan payment application, and then the merchant could accept payments just by displaying a QR code at their market stand. And so we offered all of that for free, and all that the merchant had to pay was the transaction fee. And their customers are willing to download the SnapScan application because that ecosystem element is really important. And I'll speak to it later when I talk about some of the tourism initiatives that we've been involved in. But when you have an ecosystem where people know to expect that they can use a payment application where they don't need to carry cash, then they're willing to download it and link their card, and they begin to become very comfortable with that behavior. So it had this dual function of empowering market vendors by enabling them to accept card payments and not have to accept cash. So customers wouldn't need to draw cash or carry it. So that was a big security and time save for the customers. And on the same side, or the other side for small businesses and market vendors, they didn't have to carry lots of cash or go to banks to deposit it. So that space before we entered it was really a heavily cached ecosystem. So particularly after the pandemic, with the move away from cash for hygiene and safety reasons, this ecosystem element, people become really comfortable with expecting that they can pay without cash, and often without having their card with them. So particularly after the pandemic, you'll see hopefully signs around Cape Town that say things like, "We've gone cashless, only card and SnapScan accepted here." So in that way, we like to think we played a bit of a role in decashing many of the small businesses in the Western Cape. And so we also found some additional product market fit for small businesses in the remote payment acceptance space. So this is, merchants could print out, email, or even WhatsApp their Snap code or pay link to customers and receive payments for goods and services right away. So again, quite a low-tech solution, actually. It's literally just a link that they can send their customers. And that solved a real problem for small businesses that didn't have, sophisticated collections and ordering systems. And it also critically improved the speed of their collections, which smoothed their cash flows and aided in the sustainability of their operations. And we've gotten a lot of feedback around that element of that solution. So we've also added a number of additional payment acceptance methods. So those simple solutions of remote payments and scan to pay using the SnapScan app are what made us a well-known brand in the payment acceptance space for small businesses. But we knew the dependency on the SnapScan application really narrowed the penetration of our merchants' customer bases to only customers that had smartphones and had downloaded the app. So that's why we've introduced a pay by card and payment gateway offering. So that allows merchants to accept remote payments and gives the consumer the choice of if they want to pay with SnapScan, the SnapScan application, or pay directly from their card. And so we're looking at including additional payment acceptance options, really with a view to broadening and making it more inclusive of a payment acceptance product for the merchant customer base. So while payments acceptance is really the core of what we've always done, we know that over the years, we need to kind of look at other ways that we can empower small businesses. So we focused on innovation and product development to solve, some of the problems that small businesses face in the face of the brutal reality of running a small business in South Africa. And so one way that we do this that seems to be quite obvious, but it really is a central kind of focus of how we do things, is making everything as easy to use and easy to understand as possible. So, our merchant backend is all about creating an interface that has a broader offering, that doesn't overwhelm, doesn't have complicated contracts or fee structures or unwieldy settlement and reconciliation processes. It has to be streamlined and simple, and that's the best way to empower small business owners. So another way that we looked at adding additional offerings to small businesses was developing a merchant application. So we call it Snap Store, and that acts as a mini point of sale. So it adds a level of sophistication immediately to a small business that they have, a small point of sale that they can run on their smartphone. They can generate payment requests that they can send to remote customers, and they can generate dynamic QR codes that link to specific sales for the face-to-face environment. And then critically, they can also use that merchant application to really easily keep track of all their sales and settlements. So again, just reducing the areas that a small business owner has to work across in order to run their business. Now, I'm just going to quickly jump into some of the initiatives that we were involved or that we launched in reaction to COVID as a way of helping and empowering small businesses. So the one thing we did very quickly after the hard lockdown was implemented, we saw, I think all payment businesses saw it in general in South Africa, was just this very sharp kind of drop off in transactions being processed. And our first thoughts were, concern around the survival of these small businesses that really are the central focus for SnapScan. And so instead of being concerned necessarily with our turnover, it was really a concern about the longevity of these small businesses. So we quickly developed and launched a campaign we called Snap It Forward. And so that gave small businesses the ability to sell virtual vouchers that their customers would be able to redeem once the hard lockdown was lifted. So that enabled, customers to support their local businesses, even though they couldn't receive the goods at that time. And it really reinvigorated the cash flow of the small businesses in that really critical disrupted cash flow phase. And then importantly and potentially most relevant to this particular forum was some of the cashback campaigns that we ran in a number of locations. So we worked with local tourism agencies such as Visit Stellenbosch, the Visit Stellenbosch campaign, more recently and currently with Franschhoek with the I Love My Hook campaign, and also with Airbnb in Johannesburg to encourage tourism and in-person dining. So we did this by supplying our cashback or our reward and e-wallet capabilities, so leveraging those two things to earmark funds that are supplied by those organizations. And we have a reward scheme where if you spend at a participating business in that location, those funds you'll get your 50% back of your bill. And then those funds are then also only redeemable at those local businesses. So it encourages people to come back. Encourages people to come to earn and then to come back to redeem as well, and to increase their spend while they're there. So in particular, that's that ecosystem element again. It's an impactful way to stimulate local tourism. I heard a reference to tracking whether tourism is intra-provincial. We could see a number of those indicators in these campaigns that people who were located in one province were coming to Franschhoek or coming to Stellenbosch just to participate and engage in that campaign. So Stellenbosch, for example, we saw around 21 million rand injected over a fairly short period of time into the small business economy there. And only 3 million of that was funded by the organization itself. Great. I'm not sure how I'm doing for time before I jump onto some of the primary challenges.
You have 3 minutes left.
Okay, great. So those are kind of the things that we are constantly looking at, how we can participate and contribute to small businesses in these kinds of tourism promoting ways. And some of the things that we do as well that can't be understated, besides lending the technology that we have to those initiatives, we also collaborate quite actively around marketing and social media, and around branding, and all of that is really adds that additional pull to get people into those areas and to stimulate that local spending. We ran those campaigns over different phases of our lockdown or of our COVID period. So some of them, when they were there were harder lockdowns, we saw a lot of, Cape Town to Franschhoek, Cape Town to Stellenbosch tourism, and in Airbnb, we saw a lot of local tourism as well. And then just to briefly touch on, I think there might have been a slight mismatch. This part isn't so much tourism focused as much as it is just the need for a focus on supporting small businesses in the e-commerce space. It really was the lifeblood of a lot of, besides the direct stimulation of in-person payments and activities, the e-commerce really was the saving grace for small businesses during lockdown and through, and it's currently a new trajectory that they're locked into. So there's really a lot of value around focusing on providing e-commerce solutions for small businesses, and that's for a number of reasons. So these are just some indicators of, and these all come from the PayFast e-commerce performance index report in 2021. So I'm not claiming these as our data directly, but we saw huge increases in merchants moving online, and there are a number of reasons that's important. So this allows them to operate outside of their local market, reach a wider consumer base. It protects against localized market volatility, leverages social and virtual networks, reduces overhead cost of brick and mortar operations, and increases the basket size and average transaction value of small businesses. And so we look at these kind of components and we say, how can we empower our small business merchants to promote their goods on social media, for example, and reach those larger markets? These are all areas that fintechs can play in, from a support role perspective and a business solution perspective, to empower small businesses to learn how to do these things. So, a lot of small businesses, and the ones that we're focusing on in particular, are learning as they're going, and so we want to be there as partners in their learning and support them in the establishment of these new and kind of scary spaces like e-commerce, and make it as simple and easy for them as possible. I'm going to pause there. I think I'm probably out of time now.
Thank you so much. And it actually worked out quite nicely because there was only one slide left. And since the members already have the slides, and I always take it that members read their documents before they come to meetings, you don't need to read the last slide for them as well. I think Matthew is online now from Yoko.
Hi, I am indeed.
Thank you so much. Okay, so you're welcome to introduce your delegation, and then you can jump straight into the slides. We are going to take the questions and answers after all three presentations. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Matt Brownell. I look after the commercial function at Yoko. Together with me are three colleagues, Fabian Newton, who looks after customer operations and finance, James Kramer, who looks after our data, and Lorato, who looks after our customers. She's a customer insights specialist. So I'm going to share screen at this point and talk you through a very brief overview of who we are and what we do. And we'll leave the majority of the time, of course, to the questions at a slightly later point. Okay, for those of you who are not sure about Yoko or who we are, started by four friends here in Cape Town, so very much a Cape Town born and bred business. Both our CEO, Katlego Mapai, and our CTO, Lokisa Mataba, went to UCT. And really the genesis of the business began here in Cape Town when the four of them got together in 2013. Yoko has had quite an amazing journey since its first transaction back in 2013. We have released multiple products, initially very focused on in-person card machines and card payments, and the product suite has expanded over the course of time. We are now across 200,000 customers across the country, and recently raised our Series C fundraising round last year. Some new products came out over the COVID period, very similar to SnapScan, a bit of a move to online payments. And you can get a sense of how our total processing volume has changed over time through that graph. You can see the impact of COVID, where the lights were really out for us as the small business lights went out across the country during the hard lockdowns. And then as the digital migration happened post-COVID to all forms of digital payments, we have seen that wave happen and have managed to provide the solutions as people have moved increasingly towards digital payments. We exist for the 100 million small businesses across Africa and the Middle East. This is who we're obsessed with. This is who we spend our days solving problems for. We call them the underserved and the underdogs, and they are the central to everything that we do. The core problem that Yoko is effectively trying to solve is that 80% of South Africans have a credit or a debit card in their wallet, yet less than 10% of small businesses accept such a broad form of payment. And we are really attempting to close this gap to digitize businesses, ensure they have a digital footprint, which gives them access to many more things. Effectively, we have three major product lines. So offline and online payments, which is the little blue card machines you will see everywhere across the country. And similar to SnapScan, we launched a suite of online payment solutions during the pandemic, a combination of vouchers that people could purchase during hard lockdowns to support their local SME, payment links, which allows you to accept payments remotely just through WhatsApp or SMS, don't even need a website. And then Payment Gateway, which is if you do have an online e-commerce store, you have the ability to plug Yoko into your e-commerce store and accept all of your payments in one place. We have a capital product, which is cash advances for small business. We know that access to capital is the single thing that holds back small business in their growth path. Through our cash advance solution, we have the ability to see how a small business is doing through the sales that come through our machines and through our point of sale. And therefore, we have the ability to pre-approve them for working capital that they can use for their growth. So there's no term attached to this cash advance. It pays, you pay it back as your business grows. The more you grow, the quicker you will pay it back. If you were to slow down, the slower you pay the terms back. So it's genuine working capital, which we've seen thousands of our small businesses use to supercharge their growth. And then we offer free business tools. So this is free software to manage your business, your stock, intelligence, third-party integrations. So it really gives you a digital footprint and allows you to take your business just to the next level through a free Yoko app. Because the focus of this presentation is really much around successes and challenges, we view the challenges of our customers as our challenges. So I'm going to hand over to Lerato to talk a little bit about how small business is doing in our base and who they are, and talk to how we classify them. So Lerato, take it away.
Thanks, Matt. So when you look at this slide, we have three distinct segments that we understand our customers to be in. And something that kind of differentiates it is just the jobs to be done that are required for each of these spaces. So the Yoko core customer right now is in the urban formal and urban informal space. So that's about like proximity to the CBD that enables us to understand a little bit more about consumer behavior. Next slide. Did you go to the next slide? Okay. And then we just wanted to show that we have such a diverse range of customers, from a woman selling flowers to a parking guard to Truth Coffee to Batu. So there's a variety of small businesses that we support. And something that's really interesting is that they often do share common challenges, which we will highlight now in the next slide. So as Matt did mention, consistent cash on access to capital credits are still the most salient challenges that small business owners face. And especially with the impact of COVID, it was really challenging for businesses to continuously have that customer demand, to have that cash flow on hand to keep their businesses running. It's also really important to note that there's still this preconceived notion for many businesses that card machines are difficult to get, or it's like for a certain type of business. So actually trying to educate people around this and create that accessibility kind of helps when you have the challenge of needing to have contactless payments because of COVID. And yeah, finally, hiring business solutions that complement the existing workflow. We really seen businesses struggle to find solutions that don't cause friction within the everyday of running their businesses.
James is going to talk a little bit about Yoko in the Western Cape before I'll head into a little bit of an overview of what's been happening since COVID through some data that we've seen and some of the recovery monitors that we've created to help track a sense of what's happening out in the small business ecosystem across the country, as well as the Western Cape. So just to talk to the scale of the Western Cape operation to get a sense of how we can be seen as a good litmus for the health of the broader SME economy. James, do you want to talk a little bit about this?
Cool. Thanks, Matt. Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, I'm having a bit of camera difficulty, so hopefully just my voice is okay. So yeah, just to give a bit of a summary of our base and the customers that we serve in the Western Cape. Yeah, going back to Yoko, was launched in around 2015 was when you started first acquiring customers. And obviously in those days, most of them were, around our offices in the center of town. But since then we've grown rapidly, but nevertheless, we've still seen pretty rapid growth over the last year, even in the Western Cape. So at the end of 2020, we had around 15,000 active merchants. And so those are merchants that perform at least one transaction during a month. And yeah, the growth over to the end of last year was around 60% to more than 20,000 active merchants near the end of 2021. And I guess, yeah, as Larta mentioned earlier, most of our merchants at the moment, the majority is in the urban informal area, but we are seeing really good growth in the urban informal markets as well. So urban formal making up around 70% of our merchants, with informal merchants at around 15%, and rural merchants the rest of that 15%. We also, our solution as payments is quite a universal need across small businesses. We have a great variety and mix of different types of merchants that we serve. So our three really core segments are retail, food, drink, so bars, restaurants, and B&Bs and finally also healthcare, beauty, fitness, so hairdressers, nail salons, fitness centers. Those all, we have around 5,000 active merchants per month in each of those three segments. But as you can see, we have quite a long tail and really serve a variety of different customer needs, from travel, transportation, online merchants, and also those in home and repair. Finally, another interesting lens when looking at our customers is always the size, and from our really core proposition is really targeted, as Matt mentioned, on the core underserved merchants and the underdogs. And as you can see, the vast majority of our base are micro merchants. So those are merchants that transact just less than 20,000 Rand per month on their Yoco, either card machines or online payments. That's the majority of the base, but nevertheless, we have also a good number of small merchants transacting between 20 to 50,000 Rand a month, and also merchants even up to the medium category transacting over 500,000 Rand per month. So the solution scales depending on your business needs and how we can help. So there's really is a lot of diversity and scale in the base, and we've seen really strong growth over the past year. Back to you, Matt.
So to give you a sense of how the ecosystem, the Yoco ecosystem has done since the advent of COVID, we created something called the Small Business Recovery Monitor. During the very first hard lockdown in 2020, we took our base of merchants that were trading with us prior to March 2020, prior to the pandemic, and we've been tracking their progress over the past almost 2 years now. And this data has been anonymized and made available online to anyone, and can be sliced by province, by industry, etc. So where we find ourselves now, a year and a half later, is that base of merchants is trading pretty much at the level that it traded pre the pandemic. Obviously, this is very seasonal. And at this stage, you can see that there were significant spikes that happened over the December period. But what we have seen is a really good recovery over the last 4 to 5 months. So consistently trading under that pre-pandemic level as a collective until about 4 months ago, particularly in the Western Cape. But really good recovery in the last 3 to 4 months, as we have seen both an increase in international cards coming back as international tourists have come back, as well as the interprovincial travel, which the Western Cape has benefited from the most, which meant we had a good December, although not the best January. This is a really useful litmus. It constantly gets tracked. It is available for anyone, and we have been monitoring it, as I said, since the start of the pandemic. It gives a good sense of the health of the small business ecosystem across the country. And I think that's it. I mean, certainly time is now up. We're a team of just under 400 people here in Cape Town and now across Africa, with our head office still in the heart of the Cape Town CBD. And thank you for the opportunity to share a few minutes of the story.
Thank you so much. Zappa? Mr. White?
Yes, hi. Sorry, trying to get the video on and the camera and the microphone running at the same time. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity for us to present to you. Following in the wake of the last two presentations, Zapper is very similar.
Colleagues, I just wanted to check if the video is also frozen on my side. Oh, there we go. You're back.
It's my internet. Sorry about that. So I just want to get the presentation up and running. Just give me a second. Apologies for the delay. It's not allowing me to share the screen that I have prepared. Technical difficulties.
Alternatively, Ms. Kluter, we also have the presentation. You can always fight it for us.
I'm here. It's here.
Okay,
it's here.
perfect. Thank you so much.
Teams wasn't showing the window that I wanted to share, so apologies for that. Okay. So in a nutshell, Zapper is a mobile payments insights and rewards platform. We are an independent company. We offer an omni-channel mobile payments insights and rewards solution set. So basically what we have is effectively three different customers that we target. At the end of the day, we've got Zapper for merchants, we've got Zapper for consumers, and then we've got Zapper for partners, which I'll go through in a little bit of detail. But effectively, we provide merchants of any industry and any size a reliable way to get paid in person, online, or anywhere through mobile contactless payments technologies. And that can be done, in an analog way or a digital way. So it's either in printed collateral or through, digitally and dynamically rendered QR codes, whether they're online, whether they're on a mobile application, or on a customer-facing screen, or a PIN entry device for that matter. And then we also have payment links, as the previous two presentations explained. So we effectively empower businesses to gain valuable customer insights, to enable them to grow their businesses effectively. We want them to be able to incentivize customer growth, retention, and utilize some of the baked-in products and services that we have available for them to do so, which includes loyalty, rate and review. I'll take you through some of the details of that a little bit later on. For consumers, it's effectively just a simple and easy way for them to be able to transact in the markets, using these QR codes that we've got throughout the market, whether that is in a market setting, flea markets, in-store, whether it's in tier 1 retail, we've integrated into parking. Effectively, we've kind of expanded into a lot of different verticals, and we provide the customers an array of payment options. So traditionally, we were card-based predominantly, but as the sort of technology in the fintech space is progressing, we're starting to dabble in and introduce other forms of tender, such as instant EFT, and some of our partner apps, which I'll explain shortly, are able to transact using various other payment methods on the network that we've created. And all of that can be done while consumers can seamlessly earn benefits, be in the form of loyalty points and vouchers that they can earn, and then obviously redeem seamlessly through the transaction process that we provide. Zapper for partners. So this is something that's been a big focus of ours over the last 2 years, and that's really just about sort of taking down the walled garden as such that we had, where Zapper was very much a closed loop ecosystem. We had merchants that signed up directly with Zapper, and we had consumers that would download the Zapper application, and that worked very well, and it still works very well today. But what we realized is that effectively what merchants are looking for is a simpler way to be able to accept transactions, and across a variety of payment applications and types. And also just for consumers to be able to choose the application that they'd like to use when transacting, So what we've focused on heavily is building out very developer-friendly APIs and SDKs to grow that network, which has grown exponentially over the last year to 2 years. So just to address the topic at hand today, what we've done is just kind of tried to frame the products and solutions that we offer as almost a problem statement, followed by what we're doing to address those issues. So effectively what we hear often is, and what we've experienced through the many years that we've been in this space, is that merchants would like to accept payments and they'd like to do that anywhere. So as I explained earlier, we're an omni-channel solution. And what I mean by that, it's basically that you can take transactions in-store, online, in person, or remotely. It really doesn't matter where you are. And in a lot of ways, it doesn't matter whether you're online or offline. If you've got a QR code that is printed on a piece of paper, it's on a table stand, a lanyard, a sticker, etched into a table, you should be able to take a transaction. So that's obviously a massive upside to QR as a payment type. But what we've done is we've obviously expanded that portfolio of acceptance. So our QR code is by default, but we've also integrated with third-party QR codes, where our applications, be it the Zapper app or third-party apps, can scan and pay and participate on those QR codes. The same for barcodes on parking tickets. That's become, a very popular way for consumers to pay for their parking when visiting malls and the like. So it's an easy, quick way to exit the mall parking. We've halved the time to exit. No more queuing and waiting in long lines for the pay on foot stations. So that's proven very successful. The payment links that are shareable in any chat form or in any social media, etc., you can basically get a payment from anybody anywhere just by simply sharing that short little link. And then another area that merchants are obviously looking to accept payments is through physical card or tap on phone type technologies with Apple Pay and Samsung Pay and the like. Very similar to what Yoko are up to. So that's it in a nutshell. I mean, I can obviously go through all of these different iterations or the points that I've highlighted here. But what we focus on is trying to enable merchants of any shape or size, wherever they are, to be able to accept an array of payment types. So from a consumer perspective, what we're trying to do is ensure that the Zapper net available to a broad set of applications and payment types. So merchants would like to be able to support any payment method or app, and effectively they want the ability to accept as many forms of digital payment through as few vendors as possible, which obviously lowers the headache for them to sign up with several different payment operators or partners. It reduces the friction for them from a reconciliation perspective and from a payment notification perspective. Where do they check to make sure that the payment has in fact come through? So, we've been working really hard on expanding that. And what that does is through our platform, we are enabling other forms of tender to be able to participate. So, apps that aren't necessarily processing over card rails, if they have a wallet value behind that, they can participate on our network as well, including players such as BNPL. These are just some of the logos of the apps that are currently live, and there are several more that will be entering the market very soon. One of the things that we introduced, I think it was right at the beginning of the pandemic, trying to recall when it launched exactly, but effectively we launched a merchant app, and the primary use case there was to just provide merchants a very simple real-time way to receive payment confirmations. So when a customer has made a payment, they want to ensure that they've received that payment successfully, and that there's no fraud or payments that aren't being confirmed. We've got many other ways of receiving payment confirmations depending on the settings. So we've got a very strong
Mr. White, your video has just frozen, I would advise it maybe just put your video off for the last few slides.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. Apologies, I don't know what's happening with my internet. I think my son is streaming video games in another room. He's at home sick at the moment. Okay, so confirm payments in real time. So where was I? I was explaining the merchant app. So basically, we've got a whole bunch of different payment confirmations that merchants can rely on. So they can, if they've got an integrated point of sale, they will get a printed receipt. If they got the merchant app, they'll get a push notification, and there's a live list of all the payments that they've received. There's the merchant portal, which is the online dashboard that merchants can log into, receive their payment confirmations. They get email or SMS, although that is slowly, we've focused on the other forms of confirmation. Callback URL for e-commerce websites. So basically, when a payment has been received, it'll automatically go to the checkout within the e-commerce site. We support a whole bunch of, we've got a JavaScript SDK that can be included in any website, and we obviously support a lot of the big e-commerce platforms, WooCommerce, Shopify, and several others. And then we've got a notification API that third-party applications or other acquiring systems can integrate in order to receive those confirmations. We provide merchants a very, very simple, easy way for them to reconcile their payments. Merchants typically need the ability to easily reconcile received transactions at daily, weekly, monthly intervals. And what we do to address that is provide scheduled recon emails. They have the ability to download statements whenever they need them, and they can export transaction data. We provide merchants a very, very simple way to incentivize their customers and also understand their consumers' satisfaction and their behavior. So what we do is we've provided them with the ability to enable rate and review. Very simple, easy feature from a consumer perspective to simply rate their experience in a merchant, on a simple 5-star rating system. They can add a comment. Merchants will be notified if they, under a particular threshold. If they want to be notified when someone rates it a 2-star, for example, we can prompt them and let them know that rating has come through so that they can take action. We provide very simple and seamlessly integrated loyalty programs that can be based on frequency of spend. They can be based on the amount spent. They can be based on the products purchased, and that can all be configurable depending on the integration and the implementation. But it's a very, very broad and flexible solution. And the same applies to the vouchers, the vouchering solution. We have direct messaging, so merchants can message their audiences, their direct cohort or tribe of customers that transact and have transacted in their stores. We have the ability to surface merchants in a nearby listing, as well as those vouchers and loyalty cards can be surfaced to the consumer based on their proximity. And then obviously, part of the customer insights aspect of it is merchants get an understanding of customer frequency, what is their transactional spend, and those types of details. We also have a capital product that we provide to our merchants, which has been very successful. We've had a lot of small merchants that have managed to grow and build their businesses off the back of this product, where it has allowed them, access to capital quickly and able to scale. We have an incentive program as part of our quick capital product, where if a merchant increases their transactions by X%, it depends on the merchant and the size and the value that's accepted. They effectively can get it at no premium. So the capital that has been injected is effectively at no additional cost to them if they increase their transactions with Zapper. So we also, as I said earlier, it's around cash. The ease to reconcile. So what we do is we provide daily, weekly, on-demand settlements so that merchants can basically make sure that their cash flow is constantly positive. So what we did at the beginning of the COVID pandemic was we kind of had to react as quickly as we could to try and support as many of the small restaurants, etc., that were affected by the lockdown rules. We created a campaign at the time that enabled consumers to buy vouchers directly in the app or donate to their local favorite merchants. And it was a very successful campaign. I mean, look, 1 million rand is maybe not a lot of money in the bigger scheme of things, but I think it meant a lot to the merchants that were receiving those funds during that period. And that was basically an even split between consumers that were donating to those merchants as well as consumers that were buying vouchers during that period. And obviously to be redeemed once all those establishments were reopened. And we did all of that at zero processing fees. So that was our contribution to the merchants at that time, so that we weren't going to charge them for the donations that they were receiving. And then some other initiatives that we got involved in. I mean, there was some big fires over the last year or so that we've contributed to, and then the KZN riots. There was also a whole bunch of communities that we partnered with in order to try and help them out. And again, we did all of that at zero processing fees. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm going to open up for questions and answers now. I think as a start, I love seeing all of the youth within the mobile payment solution space and how the youth has actually been innovating in this space in particularly. And I can see from your statistics that mobile payment solutions are quite well poised for the tourism industry. And if you are interested, on the 2nd of March, the same way we are getting the mobile payment solutions now to speak to us and hear their voices, the committee has unanimously resolved on the 2nd of March, we're going to do the exact same with all of the registered banks in South Africa to ask them also what are they doing for small, medium and micro enterprises and in that particular space. And similarly, it will also be on YouTube and in committee meeting as well if anyone wants to watch. I see member van der Westhuizen's hand. Are there any other hands? Going once, going twice. Okay, member van der Westhuizen, you can go ahead. And I see member Kondlo's hand going up in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for these presentations. And it's great. If I am not mistaken, it seems to me these products were all developed here in the Western Cape. And that is really great to see also for us as a province to poise ourselves as a technological hub and epicenter in our country, at least. Chairperson, my first question is regarding costs. I think we all know that cash has got certain risks attached to it, and therefore, there is this move away from cash. But now the second one is, especially for poorer people and smaller vendors, I think the issue of cost is quite prevalent, and I think it seems to me that at least with some of these solutions, you already need another bank account with a card that is then linked to the system. So perhaps if you could just tell us who would be carrying the costs, more or less, what is the costs for a small vendor? Are they tied in for a limited period, or is it a month's notice to get out of an agreement to accept this kind of payment? The second one is the whole issue of fraud and risk. It seems to me when you're in the financial world, people are always trying to defraud you, and the temptations are just so incredibly high that we need to be able to assure vendors and also customers that honest customers, honest vendors, that if fraud should occur, that the cost will not be dwindled down to them, but that whoever manages the risk should be the one that obviously eventually ends up paying for cases of fraud, etc. And then thirdly and lastly, we've seen that there are a number of banks, even some of our established banks, that have come up with cheaper bank account options for customers, and they have also been quite innovative in terms of using things like thumbprints, etc., to make it easier for people to be able to make payment. And my question is, to what extent do you see yourself as adding to our existing commercial bank offering for these smaller vendors? Why would some of them accept your solutions rather than the traditional credit card solution? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also join you in welcoming the presentations and the youthfulness of the participants in the space. I think it's much appreciated, particularly the diversity that one would want to see more. And at least Yoko did even tell us, and I think it's a great team, also from an inclusivity and transformation point of view, which one appreciates. Hopefully the other two can just indicate to us who are the brains and owners of the other two solutions that they've mentioned that are presenting here. I think it's Snapchat and Zapper. But also, I think in as far as what we're discussing with the city and the department, I'm happy that through, I think, the presentation of Snapchat or SnapScan, I think there is an indication that there is room to actually track your local broader than what a domestic visitor is. There is technology, because I think for me, if we do not move, excuse me, if we don't move sort of away from that mainframe of thinking tourism mainly from an international perspective or international tourist perspective, we lose a lot, because I think COVID has demonstrated that what we look at as boundaries can actually be an inhibitor in an industry like tourism. So I'm hoping, Chair, that in our conversations, I think our officials in government are able to look at these solutions to enable us to also track and monetize more better, I think, the local participation. Because I know for a fact, I mean, during the December holidays, a lot of people that are my friends would post in social media, visiting wine farms, strawberry picking, traveling. And I mean, that's an economy, you know, on its own. And I think the colleague from a tourism department who actually brought this concept of an experience economy, because that's what it is. An experience can't only be tourists experiencing who we are, but we are unable to experience each other, you know, and track so that we can optimize on such. So I just wanted to appreciate, I think, the work being done in this space by the colleagues. But also, I think I like the numbers, because also now from an SMME point of view, I was very much impressed with what we saw in the diagram, the pie chart that actually tells you from a micro, because here is a solution that actually is servicing what I think would predominantly term the informal economy. Once again, an informal economy that we have not, in as far as the mainstream, been able to bring, you know, based on data that we are unable to quantify. And I think, what is happening here, because indeed, Chair, you would know, we've got an outstanding conversation or unfinished business in as far as informal economy is concerned, which has demonstrated its ability to be resilient against COVID. And I think I'm just raising this, that here is a data that is able, beyond anything, beyond a rhetoric of us as politicians, but also using numbers to demonstrate that there is serious activity in the informal space, and there are numbers through these three solutions that can actually tell you, the amount of money that is exchanging hands on a day-to-day basis, and you can even quantify its monetary value. So for me, I'm raising this more than a question to just say, I think it is a conversation that we need to bring up in that particular space of the informal economy at this point. So I would have thought, Chair, for me, it's just those comments that I would like to make with that one question, and actually to say, in the informal, maybe all the three presenters today can actually maybe indicate to us, particularly how have they been, what percentage, if they can be able to confirm for us, both in the urban space but also in the rural space, how their solution is actually percentage-wise servicing informal traders. Because I know one of the challenges of the informal trading space, as a person who also would like to buy from them, sometimes they do not have, the technological solution where I could just run my card in buying from them. They mostly use cash, and sometimes such is, especially in an environment of crime, is not the most plausible one. Have you been able to service that particular market as the three solutions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Member Maseko, if you have any questions, you must speak now, forever hold your peace.
I am good, Chairperson. Member Nkondlo made me proud.
Okay, no problem. Okay, Member van der Westhuizen covered my question on fees and costs. If you can just indicate to us a little bit more on how the breakdown for commission and fee structure work. How do you incorporate improvements or suggestions from your clients when they arrive? For example, if they say, okay, we don't like the machine, or it's not going through nicely. For the end user, are there proof of payment options on your devices? For example, I'm not going to mention which one, but I do use one of the particular apps to pay my university fees, actually. But one of the things it doesn't do is when you go back into transaction and history, it doesn't really allow you to email yourself the proof of receipt from a previous transaction. So essentially I have to screenshot and then use my university transcript where you pay the thing to show the reconciliation. And then when it gets onto your bank statement, it doesn't necessarily say who you paid. It gives kind of numbers and letters, and then just say the mobile that you used to pay. So how can we improve that? And then I think this is a little bit of homework more for the department, and I see Cape Town Tourism is also still online. I think that between the department, between Wesgro and Cape Town Tourism, we need to have a conversation about how do we enable institutions or enterprises such as these to actually speak to business chambers within the more rural and informal areas in order to show them what are the different options that are available in order to cut costs, but also because so many people during the COVID space and even before the COVID space want to go cashless. People want to still buy from informal and small traders, but they don't know how because we don't carry cash on us anymore. We simply don't. So the apples and the fruits and the necklaces and the clothing, you don't have that option anymore of just having cash on you to buy the little item, the souvenir for your family when you go visit. And I think and Mr. Tofa actually said something that was actually quite poignant, and he said the tourism is not just an industry, it actually is an economy. And I think solutions such as this really speaks to the fact that you can show through the data and the monitoring that really tourism is an economy, and that it needs to get more respect in that regard. In terms of data and monitoring, similar to Member Nkondlo's question, I actually wrote down some homework that maybe DDAT must have a conversation with the respective enterprises to find out how do you do the monitoring of transactions? How do you do the monitoring of getting your statistics together? Because one of the things in our reporting that we see is we would like more detailed, area-specific, demographic-specific transaction monitoring to see, okay, Deirdre was in Cape Town on this date and spent R5 overall on retail, and how many Deirdres are there in that area, and so on, and is Deirdre, which LSM level Deirdre is on. You are welcome to pair questions, and what I'll do is I'll go in the order that the presentations were done. So SnapScan, then Yoko, then Zapper. I know some questions are to all, but if you can assist us with those, thank you.
Sure, thank you for all those questions. So to start with Honourable van der Westhuizen's questions on the cost. So I think SnapScan in particular, we have a single cost structure, so no cost to sign up. And again, that's why that barrier to entry is very low, and we service a large number of micro businesses as well. There's very little to lose by signing up. So no overhead cost and no lock-in contract. They can use it or not use it. So the only time they pay is a transaction fee. So that is set at the highest level at 2.95%. And we've also implemented a sliding scale transaction system. That means that the more transactions you push through SnapScan, the lower your transaction fee becomes on a monthly basis. So that's calculated at the end of every month. So your fee decreases as your turnover increases through SnapScan. And that's also why, you know, adding additional payment channels for merchants and for customers means, you know, you can have all of that happening through a single platform, and you're rewarded by a decreased transaction fee as your volume increases. So that's the cost structure on SnapScan side. We don't charge extra for any of our additional functionality. We do charge for additional collateral, so the actual stands you have to put up, and some of the fancier ones are a little bit more expensive. They're made of metal, and that's really the only cost associated. And again, like I said, no lock-in. You can stop using it as soon as you want, and that's why it's really about making that platform immersive so that someone can come in, explore, not have had to spend anything, and decide if the solution is right for them. So that's how we like to position ourselves. And then on the fraud space, so that is something that we take very seriously at SnapScan. Another thing that's really, it links also to the data question that Honourable Bartman asked around how we can get really insightful data. SnapScan is in a good position because you have the merchant and the user side. So we have information about both sides. And that's also what enables us to run really robust and strong fraud management systems. So we can, you know, run identification and risk assessment on the customer as well as the merchant. And so we also, for context, SnapScan is a Standard Bank product. So we also do bank level account verification, accountable institution level account verification. So our merchant side fraud is virtually non-existent. You know, you see trends that pop up here and there, but from a verification perspective, we're very robust in checking that the businesses that are signing up are legitimate. And so we see very little fraud on that side. And again, like I said, because we have the profile of the user and the card holder, we're able to focus really on fraud management on that side. So we have an extremely low chargeback rate, fraud rate on our system. And we use that to protect our merchants against any losses. We're also very focused on, I think one thing that I didn't touch in my presentation is the importance of active and meaningful customer support. So if we see incidents of fraud at a merchant, we have a very direct relationship with them, and we speak to them, we help them identify some of the indicators that they may see, and we're very active in engaging with the merchant directly to educate them and to help protect them against those incidents. So on I think the question around how we work to provide a more meaningful, broader solution around things like affordable bank accounts as well on the back end. So that's something that SnapScan is working with Standard Bank on. Specifically, we have these conversations going around, how can we leverage the really valuable and well-structured small business accounts that Standard Bank can offer, and we can link that to the small businesses without them having to necessarily even go direct through Standard Bank. So these are kind of synergies that we unlock by working with Standard Bank. And then that feeds into also the Honourable Nkondlo's question around our ownership structure. So SnapScan was founded in Stellenbosch by a company called Fire ID Payments, and it is now owned by Standard Bank. So the SnapScan product sits inside of Standard Bank, and the company that runs the product, the one that I work for, is wholly owned by Standard Bank as well. So that's our ownership structure, and they really let us run at the forefront of creating those meaningful customer solutions. They don't get too involved in that, but we have their guidance in establishing really stable solutions for merchants and customers. And then the question around customer feedback. So that's something that in any fintech worth its salt or product-led company worth its salt is extremely central to how we run our operations, how we develop our products, and how we engage with our customers. So the feedback is the direct line into what we do on an everyday basis. And so every to your I think your point, Honourable Bartman, around the, I believe maybe you were referring to SnapScan around the payment notification question. That's something that we got brought through to us from customers. And while there is a functionality to enable proof of payment, so after a payment you'll receive an email, you can set that up in your app. We're currently developing that to be auto provision. So automatically you will receive an email, and rather you can turn it off. So that's a piece of customer feedback that we're actioning currently. And yeah, like I mentioned, the double-sided marketplace that we have, the customer and the merchant, enables us to get some really meaningful data around, customer movements, customer spending, as well as kind of merchant behavior. And we can connect the merchant and the customer, as well as use those insights for how we build and develop our product. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Yoko, and I'm not going to confirm or deny Ms. Madden's indication earlier.
Cool. Thank you, everyone. So from a cost standpoint, I won't repeat anything that's similar to SnapScan. So we similarly have extremely low entry points. If you want to purchase, well, maybe let's talk about the traditional model. Is you pay a monthly fee for your card machine, and that is regardless of whether you utilize it or not. The Yoko model flips that on its head. You do not need a business bank account. You can use a personal bank account. All you need is an ID to sign up. It takes about 5 minutes. You own your device from the very first day. Card machines are as inexpensive as 199 Rand once off. No lock-in contracts, no ongoing fees besides a pay-as-you-use model, which is extremely similar to SnapScan, which is 2.95% of transactions. It decreases the more you sell. So it's actually a very affordable means for anyone, no matter how micro the merchant, to move into digital payments. And I think what's important to state is that cash is actually expensive. The cost of handling cash, the cost of depositing cash, the cost of storing cash, the security issues attached to cash means that a move to digital just makes a lot of sense, not just from a cost structure perspective, but also because you just take away all those security concerns, and you actually, as a small business, have a digital footprint for the first time. And digital footprints allow you then to access capital and to prove your revenue and to show your growth. And that opens up an entire world of new opportunities. So cost structure is very low. It's all about access for us. And therefore, we have managed to really significantly grow the pie of businesses that accept cards in South Africa. 80 to 85% of our customers never accepted digital payments before us. So this is new customers to the world of digital payments. It's not a switching game between existing traditional entities, financial entities. that's the cost structure aspect. I'm going to ask James to talk about fraud, and then I'll talk a little bit about informal and how we're growing there.
Cool. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, it's a great question on fraud, because this was one of the core challenges to the Yoco business in starting out, as there was a perception sort of in the market and among investors that small businesses are a lot riskier than larger businesses, which are more established, and that this could be one of the significant barriers to sort of growing Yoco and growing the business at the start. And so we really had to tackle this this head on. And sort of if you look at fraud and how risk is managed generally in small business payments, what often happens before Yoco launched is that there are two sort of ways of trying to reduce fraud. The first is by having sort of pretty significant and onerous underwriting requirements for someone that's signing up. And this was traditionally where a lot of the focus was really placed. So, in doing credit checks, in verifying, the trading address of the merchants signing up, in, even, like going as far as, finding trading histories and, visiting the sites to make sure that they actually existed. And sort of the unintentional side effect of that was that a lot of the smaller merchants that were less formal, that wouldn't have access to all of these things like credit records, or maybe don't have a defined trading address, they were actually excluded from being able to access card payments. And so that's really one of the barriers that we had to overcome. And by, as Matt mentioned, sort of our 5-minute sign-up process where you just need an ID, we really tried to make that process sort of as simple as possible. But what that's meant is that obviously it's really easy to sign up, but now we need to be sort of really sophisticated and advanced in how we actually try and identify fraud. And sort of proactively, stop those transactions from happening, so that we protect both the merchant and the consumer. And so what we've done is we've implemented sort of use technology to try to solve that problem. And we have sort of, as an example, systems that for every transaction in real time, it's run through sort of a set of a model, and that is evaluated against a set of criteria to understand, is this suspicious or not? And in real time, we can block transactions or flag them for investigation, so that we're really as proactive as possible. And then in most cases, as all of the card for merchants paying in person, we generally have used the latest sort of verification methods to verify transactions. So in the vast majority of cases, if the merchant wasn't at fault and a fraudulent transaction happens at their premises, it's almost always the case that they won't be liable. And Yoco also has a particularly low sort of fraud rate in general. So I think, yeah, this is something that it continues to evolve, and we need to sort of remain agile and continue to stay up to date with the latest trends. But it's something that's really, really important. Thanks, Matt.
Then I think the question around informal and do we have good data around this? We have decent data. It's not perfect. It's sometimes hard for us to differentiate between what is an informal business, such as, for example, an informal trader in a town, versus a non-informal business. It's not information that people will provide to us up front, but we can see it based on certain trading profiles and certain geographies. Our data suggests that somewhere around 10 to 15% of our customers could be considered informal. The good news is that that is growing almost faster than any other segment. So really significant growth starting to come through on that side. And I think there was just an absolute change in mentality that happened over COVID, where people simply stopped carrying cash because of the perception of cash being dirty. And that move towards digital payments was forced by consumer change. So when consumers started asking everyone, from their car guard to their informal trader to their hairdresser to their local retailer, do you have a card machine? It forces small businesses to really consider that they are losing sales by not offering such a simple method of payment. So hence we've seen really significant growth on the informal trader side, which is just absolutely amazing. The world of digital payments just opens up so many more solutions to grow your business, and we've seen that everywhere. We have an incredible case study of a car guard in Johannesburg who now has purchased a car himself because he has managed to significantly increase his daily donations for his small business through the use of card machine. Then in terms of how we actually utilize suggestions from clients to build our product, Loretta can probably talk best to that, but we have an entire team that is focused on doing this. So Loretta, do you want to just give maybe a 2-second overview or 2-minute overview about how we do that?
Yeah, sure. So we have a customer insights team where we solely dedicated to understanding what our merchants want, what are some of the challenges they're facing, what are some friction areas they might have. And we really try and relay this information back to the business and really keep a good relationship with our customers, so they know that if there's anything that ever goes wrong, like, we want to be there to support them every step of the way. Yeah, back to you, Matt.
Cool. I think that's mostly it. I mean, the last question around data is I guess that data is just central to our entire business model. We're tracking millions of transactions every single day. We use data in very interesting proactive ways rather than reactive ways, and we do have amazing information about the health of small business in South Africa. So it allows us to both create products which matter and to create, not only from a product standpoint, but from a brand support, training, event perspective, we can get good senses of the kind of training and support that small businesses in South Africa need through the data that we get to see. I think that covers most of the questions. I hope so. I hope I haven't missed anything.
Thank you so much. Zappa, Mr. White. It.
Sure, thank you. So just let me get my notes here quickly. So on the cost front, we're very similar to the other two players. So we start at a free plan of 2.9% out the gates, and there's no sign-up fees or anything like that. And yes, you can terminate your account at any time. So there's no lock-ins, etc. It's really, you can cancel at any stage. We also offer, so we had a sliding scale model as well. But what we found was merchants that really wanted the low rate kind of wanted to be able to get there straight out of the gate. So what we've introduced is a business plan fee. It's very, very cost effective. It's only $1.99 a month, but that gets you 2.2% straight out of the gate and access to the other value proposition that we spoke about earlier, which is, as a small merchant, you can create your own vouchering campaign. You can create your own loyalty campaign. Those types of things get unlocked as part of our business plan. But the standard features of being able to accept transactions and get settled frequently at 2.9% is the free plan, and the 2.2% with all the bells and whistles is our free plan at our business plan at a reasonable monthly fee. We've also got other players or other apps that can participate on our network. So the BNPL, for example, which is buy now, pay later, merchants would opt in for that specifically. And if they opted in for that specifically, there will be a higher processing fee associated with those. And that's on a case-by-case basis, depending on the provider that they're activating. We also charge for additional collateral. So if a merchant wants, table talkers or additional stands and that kind of stuff, they can request that, and we charge for that separately. And what else can I tell you? Our merchant app is free. The consumer app is free. So there's no cost associated with any of that. Oh, and merchants that are accepting transactions from any of the partner applications that I mentioned earlier, be it, the banking apps or the wallet apps, etc., that all is included in the fee that we charge the merchant from a processing perspective. Fraud. We have a very quick and efficient KYC process for merchant onboarding. So it's quick and seamless for merchants to be onboarded, and it's very robust. We have our own proprietary solution behind that. We also have our own proprietary risk system, very similar to what was explained from SnapScan, is that we have a very clear understanding of our consumers as well as our merchants through all the data that is required for onboarding of both of those. And what that allows us to do is limit behavior depending on our level of trust on a particular consumer in a particular merchant, and based on particular values, for example. So we can be very granular in our approach to our risk profiling and monitoring and our measures that we invoke as a result of that, to the point that our chargeback ratio is 0.001%. So it's incredibly low, almost non-existent. Working with local banks, that was one of the questions. I mean, yes, so like I said, we've enabled a whole bunch of the banks to be able to participate on our merchant network, and our merchant network, as I explained in my presentation, is not necessarily, it's not restricted to Zappa's first party merchants that we've signed up directly. It also includes our third party merchant networks through our partners. So, you know, there will be something that would indicate to the consumer that that Zappa is supported, and you would be able to transact against those codes as well. Then, so from an ownership perspective, we are headquartered here in Cape Town and in Century City, and we are privately held by UK business. From tracking customers in terms of customer behavior, as I mentioned earlier, you know, we kind of position ourselves as very much a contactless payments, insights and rewards business. So the insights and rewards component is a big portion of what we do. We do have a good understanding of consumer behavior. Every consumer that transacts on our network, whether it's with us or with a third party, will have a unique identifier associated with them. So we know where they're transacting, where they typically reside based on, you know, the frequency of their transactions. We know when they've gone, you know, anywhere else to during, you know, on business or on holiday, etc. We can trace those types of behaviors. We know what their, you know, average spends are, their frequencies and all that kind of stuff. We are very mindful of you know, POPI and those types of you know, consumer protection related matters. So we don't freely share any of that information, but, you know, we have a lot of insights into how consumers and merchants are transacting in the market. In terms of informal trading percentages, we basically started in much in the same way as SnapScan and Yoko, I think, in terms of approaching very small merchants in the early days. We were enabling merchants, you know, informal merchants in flea markets and those sorts of environments, as well as small coffee shops, small restaurants, and still to this day, they form a very significant portion of our merchant base. So from product feedback and innovation, so we have a team called our customer success advocates, and they look after our merchant base. So they're very actively involved with our merchants and follow up with them and make sure that they're, you know, that the solution is working for them. We also have a very proactive product team. They often send out mailers to our merchants, and actually at the moment they're on a bit of a countrywide trip, if you want to call it that, to go and interview our merchants and just find out, you know, hopefully in a very open and transparent way, not to blow smoke with us, but to tell us honestly, you know, where the pain points are, how the solution works for them, and what we can do better. So we're constantly doing that, and that obviously then feeds into our roadmaps from a product innovation perspective. And we are currently working on several iterations or improvements to address exactly those things that we are hearing in those feedback sessions. To answer the question around sharing proof of receipt on payments, we do send an email by default to the consumer as soon as they've made a transaction. There is no opt-out for that from our side as far as consumers are concerned. They will receive that email based on the email address that they're registered with. We are also, it is in our roadmap to introduce the ability to share one's payment history directly from the history view in the application. So that is on our roadmap as well. And then how do we do the monitoring or stats of payment trends? So like I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of insights into our merchants and consumers across the network. And as I said, every customer is unique and traceable. We do have other ways of doing it that's very, very exciting in terms of our group campaigns. So a mall that switches on parking, for example, the mall can then encourage as many of the tenants to get on board with our platform, which then they can then create ecosystem campaigns that would then give them insights into consumer behavior within the stores that they wouldn't otherwise have had. They wouldn't have known previously who those customers were that were coming in and out of the mall. They will understand the frequency of those customers now, and they can obviously market directly to those customers through our direct messaging, the loyalty that can be applied to a transaction instantaneously or seamlessly. They can obviously then create creative campaigns where, if you park 3 times, you can get a coffee at X, or a discount at Y. So we've kind of created a lot of those types of campaigns. And then for the restaurants and coffee shops, we've had campaigns where we've partnered with the likes of an SAB, where you can run a campaign for a particular product. If they purchase that, then they get a discount off of something else, and it starts to encourage them. We'll give them the ability to incentivize consumer behavior. I think I answered everything. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we do have a few more minutes left. If you want to ask a very urgent follow-up question, I will allow that now. Going once, going twice. Okay. Colleagues, thank you so much. I just want to say to SnapScan and Yokan Zapper, we really do appreciate having you online with us. We have, in the past few years, had various different engagements with government entities and departments across levels of government. We've interacted with various different private organizations such as yourselves. And one of the things that we really wanted to look into as a committee is not just speaking to the respective departments and entities, but also hearing from some of the stakeholders within those respective industries to find out what they are experiencing and what their clients are experiencing, which is why we're also going to be speaking to the banks as well, so that we can find what the Premier calls a whole of society approach when we try and tackle some of the more pertinent problems within our provincial economy. But with that, if we have any further questions, we will let you know. But I just would truly like to appreciate the candor and the openness that you came to the committee with. It's not always seen within other spheres, and we really do appreciate it. And if we could have more people like you within government departments and entities, I think we would be much further than we currently are. Thank you so much. You're welcome to stay for the resolutions if you wish, but if you have any other day-to-day operations that you need to go ahead with, you're welcome to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues. I think that has been quite a productive session for us this morning. And I'm going to now open up for resolutions and or requests for information. I think there's been quite a few actually on our first presentations, but I'll take the hands now. If none, I'll start with mine. I see Member van der Westhuizen's hand. And then Member Nkondlo. In that order, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the one aspect that stood out for me from the tourism presentations is something that I was not aware of, and I would like us to perhaps express our appreciation in this regard, and that is the support given to tourists that may experience difficult circumstances, stress because of crime. And I do hope that it can also be expanded to other fields. For example, that a tourist that arrives at a guest house and there's been a double booking, or the guest house doesn't exist, and things like that. But I think if we can first appreciate that, and secondly, just ask to what extent can that support to tourists be expanded to also include other, stressful situations, somebody that falls terribly ill, or your partner gets a heart attack while you're in Cape Town, etc. So that a kind of a helpline for tourists. To what extent have you got that, and to what extent do they see opportunities to let tourists return to their home countries with the story of how helpful, governments in South Africa have been, what support they've enjoyed. We do know that sometimes things will go wrong, But I always say in organizations, it's not the fact that things go wrong, it's how you respond to those that really make the difference, and that will hopefully also enable these tourists to go back home and to encourage others to come to South Africa despite the discomfort or the stress that they may have experienced. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think you're absolutely right. I think sometimes when we actually travel, some of the most interesting stories we bring back despite difficult circumstances is actually how we actually dealt with this difficult circumstances. And it's a great notion to try and let's find out what do we do actually to provide that support. Yembam Kondlo?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether please help me, Chair. Are we dealing with everything or just starting with the tourism one, so that I can?
You can put all of your resolutions now.
Oh, okay. No, let me start on the tourism ones, Chair. From the city's presentation, Chair. I think my question was not answered, and I understand the time factor on the tourism program or efforts in the Strand Gordons Bay area. If I can get that, I think it's important to me and the stakeholders in that area. And then if one can get, as they said, they working with the schools, the list of schools that are participating, which, as they say, are based on schools that are doing tourism subjects. If we can get the list of those schools that are participating at the moment. And I would be interested from the SMME program on what Alderman Force spoke about as the rates, rebates for tourism businesses, and if they can provide us more information so that also we can let other businesses be aware, especially in the city of Cape Town, about what are these offerings to the tourism businesses, including the business kits that he was mentioning. Further, Chair, I think maybe the info about the supplier database workshops that he says they are hosting monthly, if we can just get that information also just to share, because he did indicate that they are virtual. So I think it would be easy to share with different constituencies so that businesses can be able, especially at this time, because people need the boost and the information, I think, from those workshops that they could learn how to do business with the city of Cape Town. So that, I think, for me would be important. And then I think the CEO mentioned, I think, the international standard against price gouging and what he termed as reasonable pricing within the tourism industry. If they could share what that is, I think one would be interested to learn about such. What are those sort of cost parameters that are placed or agreed upon by the industry? So I think that for me would assist. Perhaps I'll take cue from your guidance or from the recommendation you made around how the department perhaps is able to deal with this thing of tracking local tourists, encouraged and inspired by the three entities that were with us, because young people, I think, are doing great work there, which can actually help innovate and help us to really have a more complete picture of our tourism vibrancy, particularly from the locals, and also tracking, I think, how we could optimize that. So perhaps maybe your recommendation could help in terms of directing that one, Chair. And also that issue of the tourism product development funding. As you said, the committee, maybe you will indicate in your summary, how are we going to deal with that issue? Because for me, also, if you listen to the answer from the colleagues, that tourism product development fund was also an anchor for the type of transformative and increasing participation and BBBE compliance. So if indeed there won't be funding for such, it would mean we are always going to have to battle this issue of more participation, more inclusivity within the tourism space. So there's a direct correlation if one listened to the explanation given about what would be indicators or outcomes of what transformation or more participation is, that it is linked to that tourism product, because it was able to bring in those BE enterprises. And then also the one, Chair, I don't know, maybe as a committee, we need to discuss how do we get into the space of encouraging municipalities, this issue of reducing budgets of LTOs, and also the discussions in the DCFs, as the colleagues have said. I think it's either we would need to write a letter to our Minister of Economic Development, and also maybe to local government. I don't know. Maybe you can think about it, but we really need, because if we're going to be lobbying for more local tourism, especially in the non-metro areas, it becomes a challenge. On the other hand, that this becomes a sort of taken out by the type of approach of reducing of budgets and not taking serious of the LTOs at municipal level. So I'm just closing, Chair, by saying perhaps you can guide us what will be the best way through which we can still try to get colleagues to understand the importance in municipalities of focusing and supporting local tourism, as we have seen from our oversight that we did recently when we were in the West Coast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll link some of mine quickly up to Member Nkondlo's ones that we've already spoken about. So I just want them, both the department and city, to just send us the respective videos that they have, because I think it's a wonderful way to promote tourism. And maybe I'm being biased as a constituency within the Central Karoo, but especially within the Central Karoo, I think it will also give people a boost in being able to use information such as that in order to promote themselves. And then, yes, I would like us to accept the invitation that we can attend these workshops and things like that. I think it would really benefit us, because even if we are not participants of the workshop, even if we're only observers of the workshop, we can at least then see what type of work the respective departments and respective spheres are doing, so that even when we come to sessions like this, we don't necessarily need to get as much information, because we've already seen on the ground what they do. And then regarding the data, essentially what I was thinking was that these mobile payment solutions, that I think the best entity to probably have a conversation with them is probably the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, in conjunction with Wescrow, to try and find out, first of all, what is available in terms of solutions in partnering and working with one another and collaboration, in terms of small, medium, and micro enterprises, particularly within the tourism industry. Because you could also see from their own statistics that the tourism industry and the tourism economy essentially is using their services much more than the other industries and economies. And then also, how do they track and monitor their data in order for it to be so specific? And how can we learn lessons essentially from how they track and monitor and evaluate, so that our data, when we deal with informal economy and rural economies and urban economies, and then I think there was another one called urban rural or something like that, or semi-urban, then how do we then able to use those lessons in order for us to also be able to monitor and track it similarly to such a level of detail. The Tourism Product Development Fund, I think we've already made a resolution on that particular one during the cluster oversight visit. So I don't think it's necessary for us to make the resolution again. We can always just refer to the fact that we've already made that particular resolution. And how do we get into encouraging municipalities? The procedural officer is going to have to help me with this. I think the LTOs and RTOs I know work with Wesgro as well. So Wesgro doesn't employ them, the municipalities employ them, but they specifically work with Wesgro in terms of workshops and content and training and stuff like that, because Wesgro has obviously a clear stake in what they do on the ground level. So maybe the people we should be talking to is ask Wesgro if we can have a conversation with the different districts, maybe with Wesgro, to then ask what are the districts outside the metro are doing in terms of their tourism recovery plan, and how do the LTOs, what is the LTO's role within those respective municipalities, and maybe also what the reasons are that some of them are doing budget cuts. Because when you look at the city of Cape Town as a metro, for example, you can clearly see that where you put your money where your mouth is, you can see quite substantial dividends within the industry. Member Maseko?
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to throw a little bit spin to this. I think, like you mentioned, the city, we can see where if you put your money, the value to it. But to a certain extent, there is still more in the city that can be done. And especially in your Kailicha, your Gooks, your Langa, the same Langa that can be done. Now, as a standing committee chair, talking about the rural areas, and I mentioned a little bit of LED when I was asking the questions. I'll make an example of Waterskloof because I was a constituency there. You've got the accommodation, beautiful accommodation that's been vandalized at the Waterskloof Dam. Beautiful, municipality owns it. And there's more that can be done around that for economic development. And I know it's the responsibility of the local government, but I feel there is a duplication to a certain extent of the city tourism and the Wesgro, that Wesgro should be spreading more into the rural areas. As the budget cuts are happening, that they have to say, to vet these municipalities, what do they have? Glen William has got Rooibos, they've got Buhu, they've got, so that there is activity in the rural areas that you don't see people have been, that have get in a way to be forced to come to the city to say they can work in tourism in the hotel. They must try to make sure that the kids in those rural areas see, they visualize whatever that Wesgro is saying is doing in those rural areas, for them to tap into that for the job creation, and also for them to improve their living conditions within the places where they want to stay. Now, coming back to the standing committee, I'm asking myself, and you and Member Ngonzo, with the passion that you have, I think you can just do a bonfire on the beach with this one. How do we go about, Chair, with being proactive of, I mean, we travel all over, identify a place, like you go to Vusta, Zwelihle, you go there, we go there on a Friday morning, or if we agree, we get a permission on a Saturday morning, just to sit there and see the interaction of the community with that street at the location, at the township, and come back to say, how do we go about for the department to make sure that the small businesses, one way or another, they get help to be the informal, formalized business happens in the places like that. I mean, you have that maybe in Kailicha and that, but there is a potential out there that can happen for municipalities to generate revenue, for employment to be created. But I don't think there is enough that has been done for us to be able for the department to really tap into that, unless also us as a standing committee, we identify and we ask the right questions to the department on specifics for implementation. Like if you identified a place, Member Nkonzo maybe identified a place in Gordons Bay, comes with a specific, we go there and then we call the department. This is what we see, how to go about such things. Can't we do oversight in a different way of doing like that to specify and not have a generic questions that we get beautiful answers, excellent answers, but end users, to what an extent can they get that information in your anti-SARAS, in your links back to make sure that they are also in those systems? It's not one anti-SARA out of Linksberg that experienced that, but you get anti-Dorothy in Langeberg doing something that is brilliant, but the accessibility is a little bit difficult because it's not known yet. You know, if you can, you know, if you get what I mean, that how do we go turn around to be proactive with an oversight, not get the report after?
Okay, so that one's a little bit a difficult one, because as a committee, we're not going to have any clear metrics for deciding who we go and identify essentially. From a personal level, what I try my best to do as a constituency head, when I see the different adverts or things go out, when I see the different links go online, I try my best to put it on all the different WhatsApp groups that I know are relevant to the particular topic. I try my best when I know people in my constituency who don't necessarily pay attention to the links and the things like that, that I specifically phone them or WhatsApp them or have a conversation with them to say, listen here, note that there's a email or a link or this thing that you can apply for. You said to me you were struggling, so apply, because if you don't apply, you can't be upset that you didn't get funding if you didn't apply. You can only get upset really if you did apply and then maybe for some reason you were supposed to get it and you didn't. And the reason I say that is because in identifying places, as a committee, we're not going to actually have clear metrics as to who we choose and where we go. Something we can maybe do is something that the social cluster does quite regularly. And the social cluster, actually what they do is, instead of having their meetings necessarily only online or hybrid in the chamber, what they do is they go to the school or they go to SASA or whatever, and they have the meeting there, so that while they're doing the briefing, that they're also seeing what's going on. So what we can do is we do have a list of the SMMEs and tourism product development funds and places like that. So similar to what we do in terms of going to go do oversight. And for example, in the SOPA, the Premier announced that they're going to have 50% less meetings in cabinet. Maybe what we just do is when we do our respective briefings, even where we see that actually the briefing can just be an online briefing, that we just take that briefing, where identify, even if we are in the city of Cape Town, we identify a small and medium business that has been funded via the COVID Relief Fund or the Booster Fund or whichever fund it is, in order to have the meeting maybe there, so that not only are we supporting them, but actually by doing a briefing there on whatever topic it is, we actually then also then doing oversight quickly on how the money there by them was spent, that was allocated to them by the respective entity. And that's the only thing I can think of at the moment, because I'm a little bit cautious in terms of identifying random places, because I cannot think of any specific metrics that we would be using to decide those.
No, it's not sure about identifying an individual. It's about identifying the municipalities where we see potential. We know what is it that they do have there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So more focus on the municipalities then.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we can link that back to the previous one on Westgrow conversations with the districts also, and the LTOs and RTOs. I think that might be a good hook to speak to municipalities maybe in terms of that. Member Nkondlo, maybe you are able to assist me.
No, Chair. I would say I support what Member Maseko is raising, and I think, Chair, as we do, like now we did with the Snapchats and all these three enterprises, I'm not sure whether there is a specific type of a criteria that we use to identify those against many. I mean, we didn't go out and send a request for the different solutions that are there in the market to come and present to us here in the house today, you know, in the standing committee. So I would think—
I'll get back to that, but we did ask specifically, we only invited those. the Western
allow me
Cape.
to finish.
Okay, but no problem.
Allow me, yeah. Remember, that's why you are a chair. You are given an opportunity to still come around and clarify where there's any lender. So you've got that latitude. All I'm just saying is that I would think, since we've got that flexibility in the committee, and as a chair, you've been pointing us on spaces we go to, on different enterprises we invite and listen to in the committee. I would believe that if we would also be allowed, like as Member Maseko is raising, if we identify and if I were to submit, I'm sure there's no rule against such, to say, in Strand, Gordons Bay as an example, there is a long coastline there. And on one day, I think of sitting there in some of the restaurants and just having an oversight to engage those businesses that are there, both formal and informal, inviting the Cape Town tourism, including Westgro and the province. Because also what I take from what Member Maseko is raising is that we also need to innovate around our own oversight. And we've done that if we look at what we did during the COVID. So I want to support that proposal to say we could still make those submissions to yourself, Chair, to say we would like this, because this is one thing. If one looks at what has happened in Joburg as an example, in that this thing of eldership, because I had this on my mind now. I think is it what is that street? There is the street where there's Mandela House and all of that. That has actually been turned into a huge tourism, linking that particular township, and making a. Yes, that Mzilikazi street, So I'm yes, Vilakazi Street. I think in Durban they also have it in Umlazi. So I'm saying I get what Member Maseko is saying, and I'm suggesting, Chair, if I allowed, that if we do have such suggestions of innovation around oversight, I am sure you would be open to us sending such, and then you would then consider them, as part of scheduling, if we can be able to do such. Thanks.
Okay, I understand better now. Okay. So my advice then is that we structure the resolution to say that when we identify areas where we think more work is needed to be done, essentially. Remember when we did oversight in Mossel Bay and George, what we did is we invited the various business chambers and things like that. So then what we say is let's look at who are the different informal trading areas and business chambers and the industry in that area, or tourism associations in that area, and then we get together and we focus, for example, on an area like Helderberg or Gordons Bay, or a particular municipality like Theewaterskloof or something like that. Am I standing better now?
You are on track, Chairperson.
Okay, perfect.
I told you between the two of you, we'll come up with something that is doable, that we can say that we are going to do this.
Okay,
So
and
thanks,
just a clarification, the original question in the previous committee last year about mobile payment solutions was Westgro said, okay, the Yoko is doing this X, Y, and Z. But then in our resolution, we made sure we wrote mobile payment solutions so that we can invite not only Yoko, but the others. So when I was working with the procedural officer on who to invite, what we did is we focused on the Western Cape mobile payment solutions. So the reason that we only had those is because that was the parameters that we were working in, and all of them said yes, and we would love to come present to you. And similar with the banks on the 2nd of March, we basically just asked this banking association, just give us a list of the registered people. We will invite them all, and those who say yes will pitch up, and those who don't say yes, then you don't get a slot. That's essentially the parameters that we worked in. Okay, but I understand now what that one is, and the procedural officer, I'm sure, is going to help us with her wonderful English. And I think the only other one that I wanted as a resolution still was the city had some specific programs, like the Kasi one, there's a food one, there was various different ones on their presentations, but they said they have statistics, for example, on how many workshops they offer, how many participants attend their workshops. So I think if we could maybe ask them nicely if they could maybe submit the statistics for us and the information on those particular programs for us for maybe the last financial year. That might be easier for them, just so that we have more or less of an understanding, like how frequently some of their programs run, and the people and how many people like participate, and because they already said they're going to put us on the email list and invite us to the workshop. And I don't think it's also, yeah, because we're going to really be on that. So we'll, going forward, we will see it automatically anyway.
Thank you, Chair. Two small ones I forgot. One is if I can get the list, if we can get the list of the 47 events under eventing that are being funded by the department. I think it was in the presentation of DDET. And also if they can provide us what is the criteria of funding events, including the quantums thereof. The other one, I think they mentioned in one, I think it's slide 27 in their presentation, that with the national department, they had local tourism capacity, which were mainly for municipalities. If they can just provide which municipalities participated in that capacity workshop and what were or would be outcomes of that, because I'm sure that links to the issue we're raising about, how do we increase interest and more, insight and recovery of local tourism, especially in our municipalities. So that's why one is interested just to check over and above the workshop, what are the outcomes envisaged for this particular workshop and how they would be monitored? Because I see there's a grant that actually enabled them to host such a capacity building workshop from national. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, problem. If it's the RTO one, I was at that one, and if I remember correctly, all municipalities and districts were at that one, either online or in person. But let's ask them for the list and the outcomes. Member Maseko.
Chairperson, if I don't know now after COVID, because a lot of things have changed a lot. I can't keep up with them, but I'm resetting the button. Maybe it will make sense sometimes. In the past, the department used every event. When they have the event, they will invite all the members of the standing committee. And it was good because of this. You get the stakeholders there, you engage. We will engage with the stakeholders, and Member Nkodlo will know about that. Then you can pick up if there are some of the concerns that are there. And it will make us to really look in some of the things that maybe we are not aware of as we engage with the department or with WesGrow. And that is not happening anymore. It makes it a little bit difficult because now we get to be fed of the information and we take it as it is. The end users, we are not in contact with them to know what is it. And we cannot cover all of them, because there are a lot of them. But when there are events, that's where they are. That's where a word of mouth of what is happening exactly on the ground, you can get it there and there. So if we can get that back again, that system, as we reset button to back to our normal lives or the new norm, that will be appreciated if you can communicate that with the department and any other entity that we need to go back to that system. It was working wonderful to so.
Okay, so basically the department and its respective entities, when it hosts the different events, please invite us, because otherwise we ask you 100 questions in the end of the year. But Ms. Adams is going to write it very nicely for us there so that we are able to engage with the end users at the respective events as well. And that is also a form of oversight. I agree with that. Okay, colleagues, we did go 11 minutes over time, but I was cognizant of the fact that I know that we had a lot of resolutions, a lot of interest in the particular topic, and it's not the end of the conversation. I think, given how big the tourism economy is in the Western Cape, that it's really a continuous journey, a continuous conversation as to how we can utilize all of the potential that we currently have as a province and leverage it against international offerings. But I thank you for for being online and having such a robust discussion and debate. And I hope that you have a wonderful day going forward. And please do take cognizant of Ms. Adams' emails. Ms. Maseko, you're making me laugh now. Please do take cognizance of Ms. Adams' emails regarding logistics for the film studio oversight, because the film studio specifically work with private companies and entities regarding their own private filming and stuff like that. There are quite strict requirements, so please do reply to her emails on those fronts. Because we do want them to allow us in to be able to go see everything. But other than that, thank you so much for today's meeting. Goodbye.